sea is dead. It'll never flip. Nobody uses it. It can't compete. The devs are left. It's just a copy. No smart contracts. No institutions want it. Bitcoin already won. Where's it going? Higher! 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 Where's it going? Higher! What's the price? Higher! What's the chain? Higher!
chains.
What?
What's its name?
LTC.
How many chains?
What?
What's its name?
LTC. LTC. One chain. One. One chain. One chain. LTC. LTC. LTC.
They hold you down, Russ. They sell you lies, Russ. They never walk, Russ. They say it's done, Russ. We've just begun, Russ. Russ, 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 Russ. They play pretend, Rise. This never ends, Rise. They play pretend, Rise. This never ends, Rise. Fight back. Rise.
LTC. 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 Thank you. LTC. LTC.
Number go up, ticker on fire, screens all green, charts get high, silver rocket, vertical flight, blink one time, new all-time high. Never go up, up, up. Never down, never go up, up, up. Shake the town, never go up, up, up. Crowd's insane, never go up, up, up. Feed the flame.
Breaking news. Litecoin just hit another all-time high. Experts say this rally might never end.
We go higher. We go higher. We go higher. We go higher. LTC. LTC.
Never go up, up, up. Never down, never go up, up, up. Shake the town, never go up, up, up. Crowd's insane, never go up, up, up. Feed the flame.
BTC is dead. It'll never flip. Nobody uses it. It can't compete. The devs are left. It's just a copy. No smart contracts. No institutions want it. Bitcoin already won. Where's it going? Higher! Higher! Higher!
Hey, what's up, guys? Are you all hyped now? One sec. Let me play this.
Then they cheered for BlackRock. They said decentralize everything.
Oh,
And they censored
this
everyone who asked questions. You said it was freedom,
so
said it was
hard.
truth. Now you're on stage with suits in a booth, begging the banks to validate worth. ETF dreams while you sell out the earth. Max is sliding on the block.
All right.
200 some mood, that's a money crime.
I didn't have access to my phone for like an hour and a half. I went to work out. And I just saw this. Open interest is a bit high, but let's see. I mean, this honestly, this move out of here is really strong, and we just have a few more resistance levels to break. Against altcoins, this is like right at resistance. If we can break through here, Litecoin should explode. So you might not even need Bitcoin. See if we can pull a similar move to Zcash. But we barely moved. This is nothing yet. Yeah, I can upload the ambient tracks. I think they are uploaded under, or maybe I didn't put it as public. Let me see. Yeah, it's under night charting ambiance. I just uploaded this full video. But I can put them on Apple Music.
Said it was dead, it's the opposite. Called it a copy, it's the opposite. Said no one used it, it's the opposite.
Yeah, look at this a tad closer, sure.
It's the opposite. Said fees don't matter, it's the opposite.
We've been in this downtrend for multiple years, and we're like right at the,
Bitcoin way, they say it's done.
we're just approaching resistance here.
Say it's weak, it's the opposite. Say it's gone.
But we have broken the recent highs against BTC,
They call it
so that's good to see. This should be explosive. I hope Bitcoin does
it's the opposite.
start to turn around here.
In 2018, now it's back
This is a good start.
green. You said hype wins, it's the opposite. Said no one built.
Let's see if this rally can sustain itself. I don't really like that open interest shot up so much.
You missed the chain that never stopped. They say it's done, it's the opposite.
Where was most of the volume? Coinbase? Mostly on Coinbase.
Look again, it's the opposite. They say it's done.
So we need a big breakout here in volume above 130, 140, and then this should absolutely full send.
Again, it's the opposite.
But what's up, guys? Anyone new here, welcome. This channel really focuses on Litecoin only, or the second Bitcoin chain, because it has the most fundamental upside. The speculative market should eventually see that.
They told you how the story ends, but this isn't their story anymore.
Open interest just means total leverage contracts, whether long or short. But this recent move up was a lot of, I'm sure there were shorts that were squeezed, but also a lot of longs opened up. It's still not really aggressive like we were at the previous highs.
They chase the shine,
This happened with XRP actually too.
they bet on hype.
As it was breaking out, open interest did shoot up here.
I want old truth. You count the feet.
Did people start searching for Litecoin the past day on this spike? Yeah. We have some more viewers in here now. It's ETF approval speculation. Yeah, but HBAR's getting an ETF too. So people just say that's the narrative. But look at HBAR.
It's not that I love Litecoin. It's that
We need this market to see the relative strength, and then we break above.
kept the blocks in check. It just kept the blocks in
Um,
check. They said this one scales, then it crashed by noon. They promised deals.
Get to this pocket of like illiquidity on the ask side above 150,
Just one that holds
and that'll bring in a lot of retail attention. I'm assuming most people, like, this can move very fast. If we convincingly break up here, Bitcoin bottoms and rallies, I think Litecoin's gonna lead. And this is the point where attention should flow back into crypto.
what you're left with is what you run on.
And again, like I said a million times, Litecoin's extremely illiquid because it's gone sideways forever, and we have on-chain data plus the technical indicators that say it's been accumulated for the last 3.5 years. So it's a tiny market cap relative to most of the majors, and the ask side is super illiquid above certain price levels. So like when the attention comes, it's, you know, liquidity floods into like nobody selling really, and so that's why the price moves are so extreme, or can be, especially for Litecoin. That's has a very convincing fundamental story. It's just most people haven't heard it yet, so.
You used to send it for change.
Yeah, and Litecoin likely will pass Bitcoin in monetary users. Probably not high value users, but still. This is gonna be like, to me, like the early, like I said for a long time, like the early Bitcoin days, because it's at the same point in monetary adoption as Bitcoin was in 2017. But the rally should be much faster. So let's see if this move can sustain itself. Want to see more volume come in, push us above its final level, 135-ish. They're gonna see it. Nobody's gonna pay attention until, like, mass attention until closer to the all-time highs. Depends on how fast it moves, but won't see mainstream attention, I don't think, until above all-time highs.
So I moved on, found a lane with no congestion, just honest chain. Like coin ain't loud, but it's alive. Clears my trade.
So still have 20% to go until we pass BCH. Actually, a little bit more than 20%. 22%. Yeah, I would think this is the start. We'll have to see because it's vulnerable to liquidations. But if Bitcoin's bottomed here, right? Nick was on here. He's been really good at short-term calls and thought we had one more move down to like 119. But at this stage in the market cycle, when things typically go parabolic, these levels get front run a lot.
And neither is trust.
So this is a really strong sign for Litecoin to be breaking out before Bitcoin. This is actually what happened to XRP in 2017. Right, if you go back here and add BTC, it was actually, as Bitcoin was just recovering or bottoming out, the XRP broke above the same level that Litecoin's breaking above, like this high time frame, multi-year range high. That is where, what the heck, I can't click on this. That's where XRP started moving really aggressively. So it was like a 60x move from the range high. It was 40x. I have similar ideas for Litecoin. Price target speculation is a little bit, I mean, it's super speculative, but I thought we were gonna get somewhere between 2 and 4K. Which seems crazy now, but that's where I think we'll be after the initial high time frame move, and then maybe one more later. But we still haven't really even broken out, like, against all these altcoins. Looks like LTC is forming this inverse head and shoulders and should rally really quickly, just like this rally here. Like within a month, can be above these previous, this neckline or previous highs.
Show me who's using it, not who just ran a brand.
Well, let's see, still got a bit of resistance to work through. I think Tony posted something on this. My brother sent it to me. Oh yeah, it's right here. Nice.
You don't need a million features, just one that works. You don't need hype, you need history.
most chains
What are
become a
what are
first
regular people saying? Are they noticing it?
The good ones, they're just getting started.
I think it'll be doubted.
Use it or lose it. Use it or lose it. Blocks don't lie, shots fade. What moves stay.
I wonder what people outside the Litecoin community are saying. Not. This is another trap. I don't know. I don't think this is another trap. It's just a little bit concerning that. So this huge move up in leverage longs. But we saw the same thing with XRP.
Say something real, they'll turn on you. You thought it was logic, it's theater now. Every feet a pulpit, every thread a vow. They said don't trust, then build a church. Now one idea defines your worth. You wear the logo, earn the praise. But what's that coin actually say? Echo, round it goes. Say it
I think all the Ichimoku traders will get bullish above these highs as well, because on every time frame, the CS value or whatever they call it, Chiku span, is above the candles. And for most time frames, it's above the cloud here. Just the monthly, not yet. But
you used to question, now you chant. You used to think, now you rant.
what's up, MK? How's it going? Marty party. Well, market always finds a narrative. People are saying ETF approval speculation, but there's like a ton of coins that are going to get ETFs. I always thought Litecoin would do better because the demographic for like most of the demographic that wouldn't buy crypto on crypto exchanges are older people, mostly, and they're more apt to buy something that's been around for a long time. And they might look at fundamental network stats as well. A very solid move though. Hopefully Nick can come back on here. I wonder where he's at. But let's what should we listen to, friends? Let's play You Had Your Chance. It's too big. Let me turn it up. People had a long opportunity to accumulate coin, but nobody wants it when price is down and they want it afterwards.
Sorry. Not sorry.
I mean, maybe there's some people that got turned off by the board debate, but there's not much volume on the.
Sorry.
Well, I guess some,
Not
but
sorry.
not a ton on the pair. Right. Barely any volume from Bitcoin to Litecoin on exchanges. Eventually, that should come in and really move the price. I have these fractals on here.
now you're back, like nothing's gone. You had your chance. You had your shot. You changed your mind. I did not.
I noticed unbalanced volume on the 1 hour is looking really cool.
You had your chance.
A lot of that.
You made your
I didn't think much of it.
I stayed the course. You walked away.
So close now.
Had your chance.
Can't hear my voice. Sorry, it's too loud. Alright. Probably can hear it now. Just a little bit more, friends, and we should see. I feel like we're gonna see the highest monthly volume candle this month or next month. What do you guys think? Can this rally sustain itself? I think so. Yeah, it should bring a lot of attention and volume above these highs, especially if it's breaking out against the rest of the market. That's like really important because people will notice it. And then above the highs, I don't think there's much sell pressure. So we should get some more shorts at the range highs, and once we blow through those. Oh, whoops! I meant to look at liquidation. Heat map. I wonder if this was a bit of a short squeeze here. Yeah, we blew through all these shorts. Not a ton.
Sorry, not sorry.
I think it's almost time for up only after a decade of boring price action for Litecoin. Let's get the explosion. Can I repeat what I said about people leaving Bitcoin to Litecoin? Well, there's some comment that people are leaving Bitcoin to Litecoin because of the core versus knots stuff. I don't think a lot of them are, but I do think like it happens on the transactional side. Like the fundamental thesis for Litecoin, it's basically the same thing as Bitcoin, right? And I've said this a million times, but for people that haven't heard it, because you won't hear it anywhere, like Bitcoin is not a scalable, like a single chain is not scalable. It had narratives for 10 years about scaling Bitcoin. I always thought it'd scale horizontally through multiple Bitcoin chains, and Litecoin's just the second in line to be monetized, and it has been happening over the last decade. Just nobody paid attention. So fundamentally, people switch from Bitcoin to Litecoin when they get priced out because of fee pressure, and that can keep happening at higher and higher value ranges. And the potential for this cycle is it does happen at this medium or higher value range, and that would really pump Litecoin price massively. So most coins rely solely on speculation alone. Everything is inflated in this market, but Litecoin's relatively mispriced. It has such a high future growth potential, likely passes BTC and users this cycle. And then speculators should realize that, right? The psychology around valuations is so off from reality. Right? once Litecoin starts moving, people will change their fundamental or their psychology around what Bitcoin can potentially be worth. I think long term, maybe like a few $100,000 if it's actually monetized, but it's not really. But at full monetization, Bitcoin price can't go up anymore. It can remain stable, so it might go up with inflation or debasement, but it reaches a max price, and nobody understands that. They think it's the opposite. This number go up forever because of inflation, but it's not. And so the opportunity is in the second Bitcoin chain, the one with the most network effects, and Litecoin's 20x ahead of everything else that it's competing with. So because monetary network effects work this way, that the higher utility money is the more likely one to be continually adopted, the odds of Litecoin, you know, getting beaten by competition is practically zero. So it's like if you could buy Bitcoin at $400, but the growth potential is to pass current levels of Bitcoin adoption in a few months because of speculative congestion on the chain. But yeah, people will migrate. They migrate, the people that actually use it have, and then the speculators will also do the same. Right? They realize Bitcoin has limited upside, and they move to what does. Most people in Bitcoin are here for number go up. They're speculating. So they will capitulate, panic, FOMO into it, whether it's driven by price or this fundamental realization. Either way, it will happen, and eventually these networks will be priced a lot closer together when they're so divergent right now. So yeah, that's the spiel on the Bitcoin to Litecoin, speculative and fundamental migration. But we'll see if this is enough to break out here. One more move higher. So have one more business day, so Friday. Might be the day this continues. Yeah, no one's really aware of Litecoin. They don't know what it is. It's funny because it's just a Bitcoin chain, and they've all heard of Bitcoin. But nobody really. They're all been following the propaganda. That's the same as like meme coin propaganda or altcoin propaganda. They're all getting biased opinions by people that just, you know, are all in on BTC. But there's so little Litecoin information that I myself had to write the thesis to friends because there's no public knowledge of this. So that means if I'm correct, and this plays out the way I think, eventually everyone will be aware, and the narrative will emerge. We gotta break 100 live viewers. That's when this get a bit more interesting. What's up, Nick? You wanna come on here? Pump it. An old-time stock buyer friend got irritated that you mentioned it. Yeah, I mean it's kind of, I never even talked to unless people are genuinely interested in asking me, I don't bother. I have my own view on. I don't care whether people believe me or not. Originally, like in 2016, 2017, I tried to convince my dad about BTC. Didn't really work, so I gave up.
You had your chance. Sorry, not sorry.
Zcash is the highest 24-hour gain, followed by Litecoin. Nice. All these proof of work chains. I don't know about DAO, but
Sorry.
in terms of volume, Litecoin's not doing much at all. I think a lot of this is fake, but Binance was 100 million, Coinbase 32 million. All right, let's change the music here.
Where'd he go? Wasn't he done? It died, bro. It's over. Wait.
Oh, I need to.
I was buried, mocked, memed, forgotten.
Nick said maybe in a bit. You're
Said I was
leaving
too
Trader
slow,
Joe's? Oh, okay.
too
Yeah,
old,
come on here
too
whenever.
cheap to chase.
Hey, thanks, Chris, for the
But
10 bucks. I
time
appreciate
moves
that.
different when your blocks still breathe. You didn't see me, didn't need
Oh,
me,
you're
but you
saying
will. Oh, you will.
misunderstanding the upgrade or changes like to the software? No, I think that's possible. Right, like to what I'm aware of is that it's just going to allow people doing non-financial transactions to take up more block space, like have more data in the chain. And yeah, if there's a lot of demand for that, or if it's just equal to what it is right now, it can congest the chain, and then you'd see the likely, like with a very high probability, the same type of migration to Litecoin that we've seen historically. But if it gets really crazy with Bitcoin rallying, with that speculative congestion, plus the ordinals and runes stuff, or whatever other things people are doing now, then yeah, it can definitely cause that. And maybe people are seeing that in advance. I mean, that's why I've been positioned Litecoin. Not because of this recent change, but just knowing it's an inevitability if transactional demand increases, that Litecoin would get the overflow. Not 100%, but like very likely. So you're not wrong in thinking that. You're right.
Still here, frightening. The ghosts they left
If I
us
understand
while they dance with smoke and hype. I kept my
the
rhythm
change
tight.
to like
Nothing
op return or whatever correctly,
But I already
yeah, it
changed the game.
can exacerbate fee
You
pressure.
praise the chain with fees, but not the one that frees. We move the same.
I mean, I wouldn't want to hold Bitcoin knowing there's 250 million other people that could potentially compete.
No cloud,
for block space with me, I might not even be able to use it. But thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate that. Rarely have donations because it's such a small channel right now. But you're right.
I'm still dancing.
It has the potential to exacerbate fee pressure if there's a lot of demand for that, whatever, you know, non-financial transaction stuff they've been doing persists. Yeah, transactions may fail to go through. I mean, it's like a time or price thing. You might not be able to use it if you don't have enough to make, like if you have a few $100 in Bitcoin and fees are $100, like you're just gonna be stuck holding it. You can't do anything with it. You literally just can't use it. Right? If you have a few $100 in Bitcoin in a cold storage wallet, you can't sell it. You can't trade it for stuff. You're just priced out. And you're going to be competing with all the millionaire Bitcoin holders for block space. I can afford to pay those fees. It's just an inevitability of how the system's designed. Like the security model, you know, works this way. People don't want to believe it, and they haven't wanted to believe it for so long. It literally doesn't matter. Like, people are too idealistic. Want it to be the perfect money that does everything infinitely scalable, decentralized. Just can't work that way. Yeah, I mean, it can be an avenue for attack, but that avenue has always existed, right? That's how Bitcoin actually is censorship resistant, because if it's actually a threat to a government and they want to stop people from using it, the first thing they do is ban it because or make it, add demurrage taxes or make it legally complicated to use Bitcoin as money. They don't have to pay anything. But if that didn't work, then yeah, they could just censor transactions. The only way you can say it's censorship resistant is in that scenario people are willing to pay high enough fees that eventually, someone's incentivized to go mine those transactions that aren't getting confirmed, because regulated miners wouldn't be allowed to do it, and the only incentive they'd have is profit to do something that's technically illegal, or some penalty assigned to mining those transactions. That is what makes Bitcoin permissionless or censorship resistant. People willing to pay really high fees to incentivize someone to go mine those unconfirmed transactions just sitting there. But nobody understands that. They just all say permissionless without thinking through how it actually would be permissionless. But that's the only way the market can overcome censorship. There's such high demand to transact on Bitcoin that they can basically are willing to pay more in fees than the state is willing to tax to censor it. And they can print money. So. Yeah, it is a pretty huge change. We'll see what happens there if it gets really congested. It's possible. And that would be absolutely crazy if Bitcoin does continue to rally off of just speculative inflows, and then you get that congestion on top of what we haven't seen since really like 2017, like a real blow off, where everyone, all these long-term holders, which are a higher number than any time in history, sending coins to exchanges. Yeah, the fee rate can go vertical, pricing out so much of this. Like, that's been my thesis from the beginning. So much of this 37 billion that's moving on chain, right? Even if it's 10%, 3 billion migrating to Litecoin, would result in a $300 billion market cap increase for LTC. And that's what I was trying to... I explained this in a video that I made months ago. And it's actually, if I go to my channel, it's in this educational series, like modeling the Litecoin repricing and the rise of the second Bitcoin chain. I talked about specifically why each linear increase in the fee level would lead to exponential growth for Litecoin. And if you have that inside of a speculative mania, yeah, it can get crazy. That's why I always thought Masters price targets, even though people mock them, like, if we see the macro environment play out the way I thought it would, they're actually likely. They did the BSV. Well, BSV like had unlimited block size increases, and then yeah, I mean, I don't know, the whole Bitcoin Cash side of the chain that forked away, including BSV and Bitcoin ABC or whatever it was called, it just seemed like a road to inevitable failure. You just arbitrarily keep increasing the block size until it becomes impossible for someone to actually run a node or validate their transactions. Then it's pointless. It's no better than like a PayPal server, Visa server, or government money. If you have to trust someone else. But that's what Roger Vera was always arguing, like it's PayPal. He was thinking of it, I think, the wrong way. Music's too loud? Alright, I turned it down. Kasim. How are you doing, Kasim? But I never thought of, like, I never think of people putting whatever data they want into the chain as spam. Like, I feel like any transaction is valid. It follows all the rules. They're just redefining what spam means because there's not much monetary demand to price those spammers out, right? If they're willing to pay for it, I think it's valid. And I think filtering starts to become political. I think it's a slippery slope. To me, that's just like trying to censor things one entity thinks are not real transactions. And again, it's all motivated by trying to keep Bitcoin price up. Who cares? It works fine for people. They can just migrate to another chain. But everyone is so motivated to pump their bags that they get so distracted by the bigger picture. It doesn't matter. There's a group of Bitcoin chains that can be monetized simultaneously. It's not like Bitcoin will fail because it forks. It's fine. I'm sure if you asked end users, they don't really care. The only people talking about it are speculators. They think that's the most important part of Bitcoin, is the price. It literally doesn't matter. Just curious how you know so much about finance, monetary policy, monetary crowd psychology, finance background. Well, yeah, I was studying economics, finance, and music at the same time in college, but I don't think I learned much. I was mainly focused on music in college, and then was just taking economics and finance because I was a business major in piano performance at the same time. And it was in this like intermediate econ class that my friend, like, he like begged me to sign up for it with him because I had a free period where I was just gonna go study. But I was like, okay, whatever, I'll take it. And that's like even though I was studying in school, like getting good grades, I never fully committed, like took the book in the library by myself and tried to understand. I just, you know, studied to get a good grade on the test. But that was the first time I started to question a lot of the theories that were being presented as truth to me. Like, I forgot the name of it. No, I don't know why I can't remember. But I remember one specific idea was like, the theory that you can't have unemployment high and inflation high at the same time. They were basically teaching me that it was impossible. I think it's called the Phillips curve. Yeah, it made no sense to me when I was sitting there thinking about it by myself. And I also remember even earlier on professors talking about the efficient market hypothesis. I think that was one of the earlier ideas that I just thought was silly, that markets are always efficient and it's kind of impossible to beat the market. You know, I thought back at the time to the housing crisis, even though I didn't understand because it happened in high school for me. I'm like, well, people saw that. It was an obvious bubble in hindsight, and a lot of people made a lot of money on it. So obviously markets aren't always priced correctly. I thought that was like a big discovery. If you could spot divergence between expectations and reality, that was where you made money. If you could be right when the herd was wrong. But it's really hard to get a sense of where the herd is even at, so you have to be confident about that. And then most of the time, your thesis or something has already been thought of or is just incorrect. But if you can ascertain exactly where the crowd's at, or pretty close, and why the markets are priced a certain way versus what you think will happen, if you're correct, you'll make a lot of money. I remember writing that on a test, and I thought it was super significant, but it was kind of just like overlooked, like, oh yeah, that doesn't... It's significant to me, but nobody else. But then I read about Bitcoin. I heard about it in 2014, but then started seeing the price rally from like it was a rally from the bottom in 2016 to like $600, $800. I was checking the price, and then I had to sit down and understand Bitcoin and how it worked, specifically for myself. And it was in trying to understand that during the scaling wars that I disagreed with basically both sides of the scaling debate, like credit layers, because of my understanding of monetary history and how money is developed. You know, I knew credit layers could not scale the money. And then block sizes, like I said before with, you know, Roger Vere's idea, it didn't make sense either. So I came to the conclusion that it'd scale horizontally, and I held on to that idea for a long time. And Litecoin is just the next chain in line. So I've had that view. Nobody agreed with me in 2017. Really, that's why I created the account in 2021 to talk about this, because the Litecoin community was always trying to describe Litecoin as something other than Bitcoin. And I repeated it forever, that Litecoin was this Bitcoin substitute and the second Bitcoin chain, and now it's like finally popularized. But it seemed like the community was lost. It didn't understand its value prop. You know, every other coin was trying to market itself as an improvement or something new, and I'm like, no, Litecoin's identical to Bitcoin. That's actually what's perceived as its greatest weakness is its greatest strength, if you believe Bitcoin's going to be adopted. And I thought this cycle is a cycle for Litecoin to really break out, because I thought the macro context would lead to a blow off similar to 2017 eventually. It's taken way longer than I thought it would. But it's like end stage credit cycle. I thought we'd get a kind of a parabolic move in the equities market above all-time highs from the lows. Wrote this report basically describing that at the lows. Sent it to people, and it was kind of mocked and ridiculed, but now everything's playing out except, you know, Litecoin hasn't really broken out yet. I thought it would be the only chain this cycle, altcoin, that would see fundamental growth, and it was. So it sucks, like, it's taken forever. But yeah, I don't know if that makes sense. I was trying to go through really quickly the process of learning. Obviously I spent a lot of time, especially early on. But yeah, that's my story. What's up? We got some new people in here. How can governments take Bitcoin from average people? I mean, realistically, and I outlined this in the War Over Money educational video, but I can explain it. Not a lot of people watched it. But realistically, like, the first thing they do is this, like, we have historical precedent for what happened with gold. Like, pre-World War II. Right, any centralized custodian, they can just say, hey, this isn't your Bitcoin anymore. They can take it from people that way, or say, like, we're gonna give you this amount of dollars that we print for your Bitcoin. That's what they did with gold. So that's one way. They could just it's possible, I don't know if they do this, but they could just force a rule change on in the Bitcoin software and force all of the nodes within their jurisdiction to upgrade and implement monetary policy on top of it. I don't know if they'd be smart enough to do that. They probably could do that. Should make it increasingly hard, right? Have demurrage taxes, which are taxes when you spend the money. This happened to state money back when states used to have their own currencies, like in the 1800s. They just applied a 10% tax on state banknotes, and that basically eliminated the proliferation of those notes, and it all became centralized in federal notes. Right, so they did the same thing to Bitcoin. Apply a 10% tax or 20% every time you spend it. The thing is, Bitcoin is really a black market. It's a permissionless money, so it would be up to people actually saying, no, we're not going to pay it, even though there's a rule here. That's the reality. I don't know, there's a lot of things they can try to do. The way it succeeds is by people ignoring the rules and being private and anonymous enough to avoid whatever penalties they impose on people. Do I have an LTC donation address? Yeah, I did have one. I'll just create a new one maybe after this stream. I need to create an MWeb address. But yeah, I'll post it maybe for tomorrow's stream. I recently moved and changed a lot of my setup and my wallets. Why pump? It's always hard to find a reason, right? A specific reason. We're just moving up to a point where ask side liquidity is pretty thin. I think we're running out of sellers after this 3-year range. It's a relatively tiny asset, so it doesn't take a lot of money to move. You could have people positioning for ETFs, which, you know, that's part of the demand speculatively. You have these Litecoin treasury companies that were accumulating. You could have more of them trying to get exposure that we don't know about. You could just see traders noticing the relative strength and repositioning, right, rotating from other coins. The fundamental side is pretty steady. We haven't seen, like, transactions have kind of been going sideways for over a year. So it's not increase in fundamental demand unless it happened on MWeb. It doesn't look like it. Yeah, it's always so hard to find. There's never one reason. Whether it's Bitcoin, Zcash recently. What's up, John? Yeah, it really takes very little. I mean, if 1% of Bitcoin rotated in Litecoin, it would pump like 10x. Or maybe more. Am I still in Puerto Rico? I'm going back there pretty soon, but not right now. Yeah, well, the opportunity really for me has always been in proof of work altcoins. Because I think proof of work chains will, like, we've had the development of this giant casino, and proof of stake stuff has been really popular, mainly because you can mint illiquid coins that you can pump and it generates retail attention. I think that peaked in 2021 with NFTs. We saw meme coins have this isolated bubble, same kind of thing. But you know, the opportunity last cycle was in ETH competitors. Right? The 100x chains, most of them were trying to steal ETH's market share, which was like 90% plus up until 2020, 2021. And you had things like Cardano, layer 2s on ETH even, like Polygon or Matic, Solana, right, all grab part of ETH's market share. But the market cap for Bitcoin is still way larger, and it doesn't scale, not even as good as Ethereum. And it has like a 96, 97% dominance against proof of work competition. So the opportunity is in proof of work alts that are super liquid, that have gone sideways forever, to pump relative to Bitcoin, because there's a huge market for proof of work monies that should eventually develop. And my view has always been that the market will eventually get to the truth and they will position accordingly, and over time the speculative market will align with reality. So the picture will become clearer, especially if you have things, you know, like narrative breaking catalysts, right? Like fees of Bitcoin going to $200, right? It will break the illusion, and I think there's a high chance that happens. And it happens suddenly, right? With sudden migration that pumps the price, and then FOMO mania, right? the narrative that I've been saying, I think, will become like the mass psyche will coalesce around the same thing I've been saying, and that would lead to an insane move. November, December. Yeah, and people can do this even at like $1,000. If people see it the way I see it, they'll be like, well, that's relatively cheaper, right? It's like a Bitcoin price of $4,000. And if you have the fundamental support growing, yeah, it's just dumb because of how fast it can happen. And once it starts, especially because we've never historically had a precedent for this, like ever in monetary history, for a money to scale like this, where there's this huge speculative premium on the dominant money, and that just totally getting, the narrative getting destroyed. It's only allowed to grow this crazy because demand for block space or transaction demand has been so low. And if Bitcoin is being monetized and just growing because people were adopting it, you know, it wouldn't have this giant margin or like huge relative dominance over everything else. This would not look that way. Memes persist until some catalyst destroys them. What do I think of this? Government passed Clarity Act, bans hardware cold storage wallets, and says node operators are now money transmitters. Yeah, I mean, that can happen. The whole point is like, that's what was always so annoying to me is, this is, if it works and it's successful and adopted, of course the state will not like it because it's going to reduce their tax revenue. And they got a lot of bills to pay. So they can do that, and the Bitcoin people who are super long, they just don't want to admit it. They get triggered, like, emotionally. Like, why would you bet your whole life on, you know, needing the approval for a, what is, you know, a permissionless system that you constantly call it permissionless, but you know, I don't know. It's like in home security, like if you have a home out in the middle of nowhere, you just say, oh, I'm not going to put locks on my doors or anything because nothing's ever happened to me before. But you know, there's a huge incentive for attackers to come take your stuff or attack you. It's just weird. It's like, it's a weird mentality to have. I think in security you have to prepare for the network actually, you know, how it overcomes threats, not just assuming the government would lay down. But those are the questions I was asking a long time ago, and it was super annoying that nobody would be honest because they were biased. You know, they just wanted the price to go up so bad. It's like blinding. Social media break? Yeah, I'm gonna need one eventually. And make sure to like and subscribe, friends, if you think what I'm saying makes sense. Hopefully gonna have Nick here. He's a pretty good short-term trader. And then I got the people from LitVM or Eden Yago coming on here. I think that's how you spell his name. No. It's with an A. On Wednesday next week. Yeah, we'll win together, friends. Let's just see. The only real... I want to see this break higher. Shorts par coming in. Open interest is moving up, but funding rates are moving down. So people are shorting this level. We just need to break a little bit higher.
Dead change. Dead change.
The odds exponentially improve if Bitcoin's gonna rally from here.
Still swinging, still swinging.
Hey Chris, thanks for the subscription. I appreciate it. Really do appreciate that. We've got a good community here. And my plan is to do this till the market cycle has topped, or at least my opinion on that. But I need to see what sentiment's like and whether or not this migration happens.
You just tweet left for dead, but I got rhythm. No devs. Nah, no drama.
I send nudes once in a while, John says. You know, anything for a few bucks. No. I haven't done that, but I need to do something. Maybe if the viewership gets live and or too crazy, well, I'll have like member only chat or member only live streams. I'll do both.
You never understood the beat, block by block, tick by tick. Want this chain? You made me sick, but now I'm live, and you're late. Block, 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 block. That chain just go. That chain just go. That chain just go.
Nice. We won't get an hourly 9 here, which has called the top previous, like very short-term top. But if this goes sideways for a couple more hours and forms like a bull flag, it'll reset on this 8th candle. As long as it closes below the top of the close of this 4th. At like 126.70. So hopefully that happens. Go sideways for a bit. Form some short-term consolidation structure and then move higher. Yeah, come here. We'll do a IRL stream. I was just waiting for price to break out so I could re-subscribe to my IRL server thing. It would be nice if Bitcoin had a decent Friday, because typically it just goes sideways on the weekends. Was Bitcoin on a 9 on the daily? No. 8. But these large moves that Litecoin's had, like this was really convincing, and then if this can continue, would expect the strongest price action over the next few weeks. Going back to Puerto Rico? Nice. Ragnarok wants commission on those sales. Like Master doesn't make much on those plates. But they're a good product. Let's break through here.
I've always liked Litecoin.
Yeah, I tweeted about it in 2017. It's basically Bitcoin, right?
You bought Litecoin in 2013? You mean the block size? Or blockchain total size was less? Is that what you mean? Wearing a Litecoin hoodie? My girlfriend always gets mad when I wear my Litecoin shirt. She finds it embarrassing and I say, what? I'm gonna make this thing cool. Take the most hated on chain and make it cool. What else should we do? I might keep the stream on overnight if there's enough people. I've tried to explain to her, but it's like you need a certain level of interest to grasp anything. She knows number go up. She likes when that happens. She's telling me when XRP was rallying. Like that can never happen to Litecoin, basically. But it's good signal. Alright, Nick. 10:15. We'll wait for you. Make sure to wait for Nick because he's been really accurate. Trust his short term. Like, I have no opinion, really. Short term, except I do think the move off the lows is way more convincing, so the odds of a huge breakout here are way higher. But we'll get Nick's short term thoughts. Yeah, I think I'm just using these horizontal resistances, like where prices historically been rejected, and that's like I'd say like 135 to 140. Clearing that level would be pretty big.
I always said Litecoin was underrated. It was obvious.
There was this like I would take wick to body Gen 1, but this diagonal resistance that Litecoin struggled with for a while, just the last few days, that it just cleared. But I do think this is kind of the final test. And price stalled around where we're currently at. Back here.
Every chart I watch said truth. Not hopium, just deeper roots. While they chase the trending lies.
I want to see rotation out of gold and silver.
Now the shift begins to show.
Metals kind of got the center stage for a bit, and they still kind of are at in the spotlight. Definitely has to be on a 9. Yeah, we're on a like we had a 9, 13, 9, which is often pretty accurate. We almost had 3 here, went sideways for quite a while. Yeah, definitely gold can stall here. We're on a weekly, it'll be on a weekly 9 next week. And it spent, 4 months or so going sideways last time that happened. It should at least get some consolidation. And maybe it's top. And it's gonna run into another monthly 9 in 2 months. I think it'll lose momentum. Especially if cryptocurrencies start pumping. Before Nick gets here, I'm going to grab some water and a protein bar. Yeah, debasement narrative is on. That means it has to be almost over, I feel like, because you're seeing Goldman Sachs and these people talk about it after the move's already happened. I mean, it can just switch from gold and silver to proof of work coin. It kind of already is happening.
They never saw it.
You never saw it, but it was always here. Senator Lummis is annoying. She's from my home state. She just doesn't understand Bitcoin at all. I cringe every time I listen to her. I do the same for most Bitcoin salesmen. But I feel like she just got talked into it by her sons. She believes like that there's this whole false monetary history understanding that somehow we had a gold-backed currency at one point. It's like, we never did. Once you strip the population from the money itself and you were just totally relying on trust, who knows when they start printing money or printing more paper than there is, gold in their vaults. So the idea of a reserve currency is just a huge lie. It's just to reestablish trust so they can do the same thing again. Right? It's like, oh, we're going to back this with gold. Well, why don't you just use gold instead? They're like, no, we're just going to, give you these paper receipts and they're good for this gold bar. And then they secretly inflate it until the market calls them out on it. And they're like, oh, sorry, we printed money. So the whole idea is silly, and I don't know why it persists for so long. It seems like propaganda. It is.
And now that wallet's laughing still.
Ghost wallets floating free, held the line. So fast, felt like the wind. Now you watch their value grin. Should've kept the keys, let it breathe. Now that goes.
Alright guys, I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab some water. And I need some protein because I worked out. I didn't eat anything. I just jumped on here, like showered real quick. And immediately pressed live.
They didn't. You had doubt. They had rhythm. You chase now. They waited. Who looks foolish now?
But seriously, what we're about to see, I think, in my opinion, is something we haven't seen for Litecoin, not even in 2017, but since like 2013. And with crypto in general, since, or at least the winning coins, since 2017. Dun, dun, dun. Alright, I'll be back in a few minutes. We'll look at the 15-minute chart. And then we'll talk with Nicholas. I'll turn up the music because I won't be here for a sec. Better up here. We can block the front. Alright, one sec.
Feel that? That's it. The one we've been riding for years. It's moving. Chris, lay that in. Chris, lay that in.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. They say you style with no roots. We build with rhythm and truth. Their culture's plastic, our callous hands and dusty boots. Not chasing fame, we laying frames. Foundations in the dirt where real ones rise and hollow trends get torn apart and burned. Backed by soul, not hype, built on truth, not tight. Moving slow, but right. This actually is the future in our sight. Raw backed by soul, not hype, built on truth, not tight. Moving slow, but right. This actually is the future in our sight. They call collapse a cycle, but this ain't nature, it's fraud. A system built on empty posts and GM sent by bots. But we don't need applause. We got code, we got cars. We the builders digging deep while they perform for empty gods. Fake don't last, noise fades fast, but soul outlives it. They market momentum. We live commitment, principle, rhythm, breath. That's the currency we hold. We don't follow charts, we write the scroll. Backed by soul, not hype, built on truth, not tight, moving slow, but right. This actually is the future in our sight, Backed by soul, not hype, built on truth, not tight, moving slow, but right. This is future in our sight, Backed by soul, not hype, built on truth, not tight.
You had your chance.
Sorry. Not sorry. Sorry. Not sorry.
I held you, love. I waited. You built. I stayed. You sold. I watched. You scroll. You said it's straight. You said I'm wrong. Now you're back, like nothing's gone. You had your chance. You had your shot. You changed your mind. I did not. You had your chance. You made your play. I stayed the course.
your chance. You saw the signs, now you want it. After the climb, you had your chance. It's plain to see. You chose the noise, I chose belief.
You had your chance. Sorry, not sorry.
We don't forget. We just move forward. You had your chance.
Sorry, not sorry.
They said, Ghost Chain, mid, still alive. Nah, you just couldn't stand alone. Didn't trend, I must be dead. Didn't moon, I lost the thread. Y'all follow charts like prophets. I watched the prophet leave instead. Let the hype ride, let the bags fill. You were max confident, I was max still. Y'all have to fit in, didn't know I just felt right. Mocked by pace, my name, my face, while I'm after the pain point price. Didn't need spotlight, didn't chase clout. Just waited till the noise got loud. Then pull the power when the lights went out. I let them cook, then I cooked them. 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 Now they call it conviction, now they quote old tweets. But back when I whispered truth, they only heard defeat. So I said nothing, let the doubt bloom. Waited till they all agreed, then I cleared the room.
Where'd he go? Wasn't he done? It died, bro. It's over. Wait.
I was buried, mocked, memed, forgotten. They said I was too slow, too old, too cheap to chase. But time moves different when your blocks still breathe. You didn't see me, didn't need me, but you will. Oh, you will. Ghost Chain.
They said I was a clone, a copy without a crown. But I got the same bones, just no one wrote me down.
Still here, frightening. The ghosts they left is lightning. While they dance with smoke and hype, I kept my rhythm tight. Now they're whispering my name, but I already changed the game. You praise the chain with fees, but mock the one that frees. We move the same blocks, but I don't sell dreams. Same code, no cloud, same weight, less shout. You bow to the brand I built without.
Dead chain, huh?
Funny.
I'm still dancing.
Dead chain. Dead chain. Dead chain. Still swinging, still swinging. You missed the block, missed the block. Tick tock, tick tock. Dead chains, good, dead, dead, dead chains, good, dead, 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 dead chains, dead, 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 dead chains, dead, 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 dead chains, dead, 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 dead chains, dead, 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 dead. Don't need hype when you got uptime. Dead chains, dead, 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 dead chains, dead, 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 dead chains, dead, 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 dead. 12 years, no sleep. Dead chains, dead, 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 dead chains, dead, 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 dead. You just tweet, left for dead, but I got rhythm. No devs, nah, no drama. You chase trends, I make time.
Call me a ghost, but I still move. Call me dead, but you just prove. Call me a ghost, but I still move. Call me dead, but you just prove. Call me a ghost, but I still move. Call me dead, but you just prove. Call me a ghost, but I still move. Call me dead, but you just prove.
You never understood the beat, block by block, tick by tick. I haunt this chain, you made me sick, but now I'm live, and you're late. Block, 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 block. That chain just go, that chain just go, that chain is dead, 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 that chain is dead, 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 that chain is dead, 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 that chain is dead, 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 dead. Still alive, still here, still moving. This is the proof of groove.
No flash in the pan, we burn slow. No chart can tell you what we know. Every block, every beat, this is so on repeat. You can't fake this rhythm, can't bottle this light. We don't chase the moment, we move through the night. No need to prove, we got proof of groove. Flicker the chain, glow in the floor. Been through the dark, we're back for more. Not a flash with a fuse, ain't no hype, it's the muse. Can't fake soul, can't mute true. You can't chart this feeling, can't trade this love. We don't follow the trend.
like Litecoin.
Yeah, I tweeted about it in 2017. It's basically Bitcoin, right? They called it ghost, said it was toast. Called it slow, a boomer's post. Now it's running, now it's hot. Funny how that memory rots. They said no devs, they said it's dead, but now they tweeting what we said. Screenshots gone, takes a raise. Now they want that silver taste. Gaslight, gatekeep, ghost chain glow. You can fake roots, but they still show. Flip flop fast when the price says go, but we been here, thought you should know. Gaslight, gatekeep, ghost chain burn. First they laugh, now they learn. Ghost chain still alive. Who's that knocking? We survive. Gaslight, gatekeep, move that goal. Saying OG like they played a role, but we remember every post. Keep the fake love far from close. You dance for views, so fake dreams. Chase the pumps, ignore the beams. Now the truth's too loud to miss, and you're pretending this was bliss. You like what coins? Since when, bro? You said like coins just for show. Now it moves and you repost like you sit in front row close. They get cupped then gasoline.
Alright guys, sorry.
Their script.
My cat
You don't hold,
made a giant mess.
just
and
flip. We don't need you
I do the
in
laundry
the
real quick.
clip. Gaslight, gatekeep, ghost chain rise. We stayed low.
Let's see if Nick is ready.
You missed out, now switch your stance now. This
I'm gonna
ain't
create his
your
room.
second dance. Gaslight,
Nicholas.
gatekeep, we don't chase. Whole chain built on quiet grace. While you spin your viral bit, we just hold and never quit. Always said Litecoin was underrated. It was obvious. Wait, what's my password again?
Alright. We'll see. Wait, where did my... They said it couldn't happen.
Now they don't know what they're seeing.
They don't know. Moon. Alright, we're back.
Not hopium, just deeper roots. While they chase the trending lies, I held the chain they never tried. Now the shift begins to show, and they all ask how could this grow. They missed the math, ignored the spot.
I'm just catching up on all the chat messages.
It's flipping time.
What's up, Aaron?
Is this real? No way it flips. Wait, is Litecoin back? This can't be it.
Flipping everything.
That's not supposed to win. Flipping
Alright, well, we're continuing higher. We're gonna run into a 9 here, but it's just on the 1 hour time frame.
but I knew the moment the silence was golden, golden, golden.
And we are breaking above this long-term downtrend here. I mean, it wicked above before, so we have one more candle.
They built their castles out of noise.
They did build castles out of noise.
Toys. They called it
Stupid noise.
manipulate, but missed the chain that mirrors fate. The second Genesis, the code aligned. Same creators.
This line was for master.
It always lived beneath their
Alright, Nick is in here. Let me add him. I gotta request his mic. Let me make sure my audio source is correct. Alright, Nick, what's up?
How you doing, man?
Doing good, sir. How was your day?
It was pretty good. So, hopefully we finally break out here.
Well, it looks good now. Like approaching 130.
Okay.
It said I'm sharing. Oh, I need to add your screen. One sec, guys. Let me add. Oh, this is the wrong link. Alright, this is the right one. Alright, cool.
We hit that 115 and then we've accelerated since then.
Yeah, it was a good call. What do you think now, though?
Now it's kind of the same. I mean, I want to get excited, actually. I am excited. But we do need to get follow through. So, right now, let me see.
I was buried, locked, mean, forgotten. Said I was too slow, too old, too cheap to chase. But time moves different when your blocks still breathe. You didn't see me, didn't need me, but you will. Oh, you will.
I mean, this is the second time we're taking a stab at the descending resistance from the highs.
Mm-hmm.
We took a stab at it before, and then we're about to do that now. And then we created somewhat of a little bit of short-term structure right here. So we got a little overhead resistance we're about to run into, and then we have the obvious resistance of the what is that? The 618 of this whole range we've been in, and that's been the problem the whole time. And then if we're able to break that, we got this channel below, off the lows that we've been watching. That's the channel that had the 618 that held. Let's see. On this most recent drop. Worked out nice because it came down, held the 618, popped back up, held the top of this trend line, and then now we're taking a stab at the highs again. And I think what gives me hope that this time's different for the breakout is that basically we got the level that I wanted in Bitcoin as well.
Mm-hmm.
So I wanted the flush of 120. I think we talked about it last night.
Yep.
We got it, and we whipped hard, and the body actually closed above the next point of resistance that we had. For was it yesterday? Technically now, still today, but so now we're on a new candle above resistance with a good close and a nice wick. So we have hope for basically Bitcoin to run the next resistance and kind of play out what I had laid out previously. Basically run from our current level, so actually run from the sweep of 120 into 128 before retracing and attempting to hold the recent highs from, what was that? Not that many days ago now. 4 days? 5 days ago?
Mm-hmm.
So if everything works right, then we will get a fall through with Bitcoin here, and a new all-time high, and a retracement to the previous high to test it. So that gives me hope with Litecoin that we do get the fall through with Bitcoin, and we still have the spotlight currently. Because we talked about it earlier, but the relative strength turned out being really meaningful. Like it seems like there's a chance we get the run that we've all been waiting for, which is basically like XRP, or I think now people are saying like Zcash.
Yeah. Actually, yeah, that's kind of how I feel too. There's a lot of open interest alongside that opened up, so we definitely need to see short-term follow through. If we break that horizontal resistance, like the previous highs, like 140, then I think, like convincingly, then I think the odds of getting that vertical action from there are pretty high.
Yeah, I would agree, because even if we break this now, let's say we get the follow through with Bitcoin, and Litecoin continues to have the spotlight like it does for the last 4 hours or 5 hours or whatever, then we're going to take a stab at, like you said, the previous highs. And then from there, we can kind of see whether we go. But I think, you know, we may pull back slightly and consolidate from there. But I don't think, considering this would be the largest breakout now because of the descending channel or trend line, this would be the largest breakout we've had.
Yeah, and like forever.
Yeah, so I think it will be short-term resistance, but I don't think we'll get big pullbacks. The hard part is basically if we're now getting an impulse, is seeing out when the next point of resistance. Sorry, my dryer's going off.
Oh, it's all good.
And we've discussed this a bit, but it's like, do we run the 786? Because you can see the 236 was our bear off 2022 so far, and it held well. And we've been respecting the fibs really well on the way up. It's like, do we get the resistance at basically just above 200, call it 220-ish, 215, whatever. Or, for example, I think what a lot of people are mainly looking at, since there's just a big gap here, would be the November 2021 high, which is basically $300, and that would align with breaking out of this channel and running the 1.68 of that. So
yeah,
I don't know.
Go ahead. I was just saying, like, the next few days, like, it's good that today's Thursday, not Friday, because you have a chance for Bitcoin, I think, to still rally here. It usually does nothing over the weekends, but it would be nice to see follow through tomorrow with Litecoin, and on some decent volume. Right now, it's not.
Is it still no? The volume still suck?
It doesn't suck, but it's not like a breakout, convincing breakout volume. But the price is moving on relatively not too much volume. So it has huge potential if we finally get a surge in demand to pump this thing really hard. But yeah, I think it's significant. And we were talking about this. Like, the initial move off the lows was pretty strong, stronger than most of the market. And this, so far, the last few days or this week practically, or end of last, early this week, is the strongest 2 weeks, or really it's been over 7 days, that Litecoin's had since 2017. It kind of, you know, semi-similar end of last year, but I don't know. To me, it looks more impulsive than every previous rally we've seen. So.
Yeah, it sucks we don't have a follow through with the volume. Maybe that's to come. I don't know. I'm not good at setting volume.
Yeah. I don't know, we should see it. I mean, if the volume does come in, I think it's just really illiquid. So if we see a massive spike in volume, price is gonna move quickly. Compared to XRP, I don't know. It took a lot more volume. It had a major breakout. And price didn't move as much. So I think it's actually a decent sign. But yeah, we'll wait and see the next tomorrow and then the early next week. But it looks like the pair charts, I know you don't look at them very often, but like LTC, BTC finally broke those recent highs.
I don't remember. Doesn't Litecoin have a tendency of pumping right before correction?
It did for a while, yeah. I mean, it's kind of been doing that. It's shifted a bit. Litecoin's been performing well when the rest of the market isn't. But I don't know. At some point, I think we just totally different price action, which it seems totally different the last week, and go from more of a ranging corrective structure to full breakout.
Yeah, I'd say there's a good chance that we at least run to, what is this? Back up towards the highest possibly this week. Well, let's see. It's Thursday.
Yeah, I mean, it's not
It's
very
possible.
far. Yeah.
Yeah. If we get a fall through bid tomorrow to finish off the week, I think it's possible. Breaking that would really, I mean, a really good strong close. Say like 140, 150. That would be really good for running the next target, which is either just slightly over 200 or back up towards 300. And even though, like, if I'm looking at this range and we held the 23 well and we haven't ran back up to the 786, it's big resistance. But overall in the structure, other than the measurement and other than the correlation of us holding the 23, it really does look like it could potentially just go up to challenge the highs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, price didn't really spend much time up there, so I don't know. It's been so long that I feel like it won't be that significant. Oh.
That's when I first, what is it? It's right here in 2021 is when I first bought Litecoin. Before it ran the level that potentially we're going to run again. How many years later is this?
Almost 4 or 5.
4 years later? Yeah, almost 4 years later. We have a chance of running that relatively soon.
Yeah, if attention can come back to crypto in general and Litecoin's in the spotlight, it's the perfect time to break out. Interest still been relatively low with Bitcoin, but if we do run, like you've been projecting, over the next few weeks, then seal the spotlight from a macro perspective from gold and silver as they potentially cool off, or at least gold does.
That's been, yeah, stuff we've talked about before, but the Litecoin silver narrative is starting to pick up, especially with with silver taking off.
Yeah. But right now there's not, like, general interest crypto is pretty low. So I always thought that it is kind of true, like when the mass psyche focuses on crypto, it's the alts that are breaking out at the time where attention shifts that end up performing the best. So it looks like that's probably going to be the case, unless Litecoin does pull back and the rest of the market rallies again. That's been happening the past few weeks, but I don't know. I think, yeah, like breaking above certain levels, it'll rally harder than the rest of the market when Bitcoin finally moves up.
Yeah, I'd say if we're just looking at the ranges, let's see, I'm trying to remove stuff. Hopefully I remove this trend line for good and we never have to look at it again. Let's say the range that we've been in overall since 2017. And then we have the range, basically, yeah, since that created the range there. Since then, we've had kind of a sideways range that we're working on breaking out. So I'd say overall, if we do break out and run 300 immediately instead of kind of diddling around at 200, then that's a good sign because one of the two ranges we've been in instantly ran to the 1.618. And that gives us hope basically that when we break this range, there's finally a chance. Because it does, I mean, let's look at it differently. It does open up. Let's just go ahead and remove this. If we do just run up to 618 and have some issues and maybe create some type of range between say 370 to 280, that'll be somewhat similar to what we discussed with XRP, where we just get the strong buying, no real pullback, and then we could see if we can just get an impulse out.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. My thought has been wrong from the beginning, or at least it hasn't played out yet, but that the initial move here that's starting now over this quarter, I think the potential is to just totally break the all-time high, retest it, and head higher, kind of like Dogecoin or XRP in 2017, but I'll have more confidence in that if depending on what happens this next month. But that's my view.
Yeah, look at that. Okay.
Just because Litecoin at $400 or the all-time high is equivalent to XRP at 50 cents in market cap terms. That's where it started at. And if attention's going to flow to crypto, Litecoin's supply is extremely illiquid. And it just gets to the same market cap at 400 that XRP was before it began the rally. There's a lot of money, especially if we get Bitcoin dominance. I don't know, rotation out of Bitcoin. There's so much money in this asset's like on a relative scale is minuscule. So we'll see, but I think having an ETF there before the rally starts will bring attention, or like bring in bigger pools of capital if it is rallying and the narrative is strong. It's so little money that it takes. I think it's proportionally, you need like 1/5 of the money that pushed XRP to all-time highs to have Litecoin make the same move. So,
what's the market cap? Say, like $2,000.
Litecoin at 2,000, like a 20x move from here would be like equivalent to XRP's current market cap right now.
Is XRP number 2 still?
It's number 5. Like BNB is ahead of it. It's like 170 billion. But Litecoin at 2,000 is basically where XRP is right now. But yeah, it depends. If Bitcoin gets a blow off, like I think is most likely over the next 2 quarters, then my price targets for Litecoin are stupid. Or I think the potential for silliness is super high. It's like if it's the thing people are focusing on and the story is compelling, like the narrative that I've been saying becomes reality, then a lot of people are going to want to try to own it all at the same time, and basically no one does right now. So it'd be like a 2013 style move. But it's so speculative. It's hard to know. I trust your short-term time frame idea, but I guess you just have to keep monitoring this, see if these short-term resistance levels break. I'm not selling anything until I feel like we're close to topping.
Are you going to be looking at any indicators to tell you when we're close to topping? Is there something
Well, I
you're
used to
looking
rely
at?
on like on-chain stuff, but it's basically useless now for Litecoin. So I can't use that. I'll use the volume indicators that I track. I think CMF's more sensitive and looking for bearish divergence there. I kind of think these I put a decent amount of weight into the TD sequential indicator on the higher time frames. Like if I can find confluence with that and bearish divergence in CMF or OBV. Plus we have sentiment at the levels I think we have in the macro picture, plays out to some extent the way I've been thinking, then yeah, I definitely take profit. But I think we're so far away from even, like, nobody's paying attention to Litecoin even now, except people on X. It's not broadly, people aren't broadly aware of it like they were aware of meme coins and Solana.
No.
Yeah.
I'd say one of the things that would change that would be probably the ETFs. Because I think at first, nobody made a big deal about it. That was kind of a joke. When we got Bitcoin and then ETH, ETF. But now there's tons of money flowing.
Yeah, IBIT is like on the top 20 of all ETFs currently. It's not far behind the SPY, the S&P 500 ETF, which is crazy. But yeah, Litecoin's the only coin that's getting an ETF that's actually rallying. And again, like compared to everything else out there, I think they have a lot, more significant sell pressure and way weaker long-term fundamental thesis, and harder to understand for that older demographic that might be buying these ETFs. Everyone buys into the FOMO and hype, and I think Litecoin's odds of being the chosen coin this cycle that gets massive allocation is high. So it's going to be extremely compelling. I know Bitcoin Core, just people were talking about it earlier, changed to this like new update where they allow unlimited size data in these like ordinals runes type transactions. That can increase the odds of my thesis becoming true. Right, if there's still all of these non-financial transactions that now take up way more block space, they're gonna drive up fee pressure. Especially Bitcoin, rallies a lot. A lot of these, I don't know, shitcoin on Bitcoin type things can pump, be like the high beta Bitcoin thing if it rallies to 200K. And then you've got all the long-term holders moving coins. So yeah, I know if that happens, then if Litecoin's pumping while it passes Bitcoin and monetary users, I don't know how that isn't a story.
Yeah.
Especially if we get into price discovery above all-time highs, people go crazy.
Yeah, I'd say if I'm pulling up moon targets again,
Yeah.
then we could basically run towards 300 now, consolidate near the highs, and potentially just continue vertical, say like an XRP-like manner, where we kind of trade in somewhat of a triangle or wedge pattern near the highs, and then we push, and then it pretty much. I would think if we were to just go vertical, no matter what, we're going to hit resistance near the 1.618.
What is that level right now?
Range of this. It's like $2,100.
Okay, yeah, that's like That was my general view that we'd run there and consolidate, and then potentially have a blow off if we get one in crypto broadly in next year.
Yeah.
But I'd be
I'd
taking
say if we
profits
do
for
get-
sure.
Yeah.
Get there.
I'd say if we do get that blow off, then for me, absolute moon scenario, and it kind of has always been my moon scenario. It's just basically on log is flipping our range in log. So this whole measurement and flipping it on the top of it, and that puts us near about $6 grand. So that's my super moon target. But for me,
Yeah.
I'm hoping we basically all kind of get that 20x at least.
Yeah, that would be. I think most people would be happy with that. Master's the only one that wouldn't, but that's
He's
okay.
not happy with 6K. He's what is he?
I think his target's gonna get hit. We haven't seen mania yet. We've seen like this ranging environment forever. I think it's gonna absolutely shift at some point. Like this is the most bullish environment stocks have been in so long. For gold and silver, I don't know how money is not going to be sloshed around. People have a lot of profits to play with. It's the same thing that happens when Bitcoin rallies massively. People just dump money into these illiquid coins.
I've told you before. I did a tweet a long time ago, and I don't know if it comes into fruition. I'll be very happy. And it's basically I said it's kind of not true already because Bitcoin's at all-time high. But I said basically. It depends how you view the market, I guess, because we haven't gone parabolic in Bitcoin. I wouldn't say we've been stair-stepping up, and it's been very coordinated. But I said crypto would be in like a big accumulation pattern. The stock market would go crazy. Stock market would top, and then money would flow into Bitcoin with positive regulation, and basically the government or whatever president doing their best to pump it, and with a goal in mind of getting everyone on board with crypto, and then the CBDC, and then from then on I probably wouldn't ever want to own Bitcoin again, because to me that's I put my foil hat on, and that's my weird theory that it's kind of all been a coordinated thing to get people to accept a CBDC. So we'll see. And if that's the case, then, and all that money is flowing from equities and flowing from, say, maybe even precious metals. But it could happen, maybe we could flip this range. Who knows?
Yeah. We'll see, but for now, just track the short term. So your view short term is, if you had to give odds on it, like tomorrow continuation, would you say yes or no?
It's
so hard
with timing.
Yeah.
Because right now we're right at resistance. Like even I removed. I believe we're pretty much right at the 618, which has been pretty much high or low, or sorry, lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high.
Yeah.
And we're right at it again.
Yeah.
And I feel like all of us were in here on this last move up here.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So short term, not having a bias.
Yeah.
I think if you were long from 115, this would be a good time to be taking profit. And I think if you're even trading on a different time frame, like swing trading, this is another good time to take profit. But I'd say overall, considering this descending trend line we have, and overall like market conditions with Bitcoin hitting my target and potentially going for my next target, I think Litecoin may be currently in the best position. It's kind of showing its hand right now, today, especially with all the other coins being in the red. That with this next move, Litecoin may get majority of the volume of the short-term traders on a breakout, and that could very well be like a self-fulfilling prophecy that everyone's been eyeballing for a move that a lot of the other older dyno coins are
Yeah.
giving us, which is pretty much a move right up to the range high, and that for Litecoin, that's right up near the all-time high. So
Yeah.
overall,
True.
it's pretty good.
True. Yeah, I have no opinion short term. I know we've been rejected here so many times.
Yeah,
But yeah,
I think the fact that, I mean, I feel like, I don't know your numbers, but I feel like today's numbers on this live stream were pretty high.
oh yeah, it's like double the normal viewership. But I haven't seen any real new people comment. I don't know. Yeah, it is double the normal viewership. I wonder what it will be if we do
If we
take
get
off
this next
here.
move, like this week, this coming week, then it'll be, it's gotta be way higher than normal. I mean, you gotta be cracking 100.
Yeah,
eventually moving
well,
on
the way
towards
I
a
think
couple
about it is if it breaks into the broader awareness, like search volume, because it's so low, it can move even more than price does. Because we're starting at such low numbers. So if, like when price moves up 2x from here, I think search volume can go 10, 20x.
True.
And I think a lot of people search YouTube, so it'll be interesting to see. I just want to have the network effects to capture, like to be at the top of the list when people search for it. So it could get crazy. I hope the content works because that can keep people engaged.
Yeah. The pump songs
Yeah.
should work really hard. They
Yeah.
didn't hit as hard for me today as they did
Oh yeah.
the other day, but I don't know.
For new
I've been,
people,
I think I said it last night that I don't remember what I said last night, but I'm pretty sure I was saying how I do think this time's different, and I did think that once we retested that trend line at 115, we could take off from there.
Yeah, you were right.
And so far, so good.
Yeah.
So I think it's definitely possible. And for me, it's like I've looked at the 786 retracement level around $200, and it's kind of bugged me a lot. And I've said that I think it's, considering how much confluence we had at the 23, and I thought it was kind of I don't know. I think we could pause there, but maybe that's the we get the volume coming in this week, and basically majority of the eyes on it because of its relative strength on this recent downturn, then we could for sure probably pump right through it. So, and I think majority of the resistance is clustered above near the all-time highs. So it's kind of, timing wise, it's kind of perfect, and it makes sense the way we've been grinding sideways and the structure we've created for everything to kind of line up near the all-time highs. So hopefully we just run $300, hold a tight consolidation, run the high, create some type of structure with clear invalidations to get people to step in for a move much higher, because the next breakout outside of all-time highs is just where we get in the price discovery mode. And I think what people expect out of Litecoin is that kind of crazy price discovery mode, the one we had in, say, 2017. And also, I mean, when you combine the large sideways channel that we've been in for consolidation, like this large 6-year, however long range, in combination with Litecoin's basically pattern of just impulsing, like rapid impulsing, it's a good combo,
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I just think on the. I've always just been thinking of the macro conditions, higher time frames, and the weight in my head is less technical. But I see your point on like the inverse of the whatever 2-3 fib level, or
Yeah,
is like
because
the
if you're just looking at
786.
if you're just looking at the range, that's basically a quarter way from the bottom of the range, and that was there's our support, and then we've only been dancing against the 618, and after that would be the 786, which is the top of the range. Hang on, my work phone's ringing. Let me.
Oh, okay. No worries. Let's turn this music up a bit.
Don't need hype when you got uptime. That change. That change. That change. 12 years, no sleep. That change. That change. You just tweet. Left for dead. But I got rhythm. No devs. Nah, no drama. You chase trends. I make time.
Call me a ghost, but I still move. Call me dead, but you
See what wave basis says.
but I still move. Call me dead, but you just prove. Call me a ghost, but I still move. Call me dead, but you just prove. Call me a ghost, but I still move. Call me
I think it's gonna recount this or say this is the. Yeah, it did. This is a 1-2-1-2. That's what I thought. And this move, if that's correct, should be, you know, much stronger than this initial leg. So it's saying like 150. You think the 9 months that I was creating content is well spent? I hope so. Well, it's like I was just preparing mentally for the emotional, like the larger scale mass psychology, and tried to depict that or music in music. And yeah, hopefully it works out. If it doesn't, it's okay. I still like it. Yo. Okay, I'll pull your screen back up. Alright, yours is back on.
Oh, look at this monthly.
I know. It looks crazy. I think that
It's got so much potential. You know, we really do need that fall through move in Bitcoin to say at least was it one. I think did I say 128?
yeah, you did.
I feel like we're pretty dependent on that fall. We're actually getting rain out here right now, which is super nice.
Does it rain quite a bit up there or not really?
Not at all.
Oh.
It never rains, so it's kind of humid, but it's still nice, dude. I don't need to water all my plants and stuff for a couple days.
Nice.
Yeah, I had it drawn out last night, but basically, I think I'll listen to this. Don't know if we retrace bad enough to tag this level again. But the goal is pretty much an impulse from here, 120 to 128. And if we can get that, then we should get, I mean, just in that move, hopefully could be the impulse to previous all-time highs, or say around $300.
Nice. Let's see it. Yeah, I think so. I'm not the best for technical analysis, but my
Well,
framework.
you are the best for selling the top, so
Yeah, I've been good
you
at
gotta
that.
tell me.
I'll just be telling
Nobody else
everyone
can sell.
live. I've always thought about this the same way. But I had on-chain data before that was a lot more helpful. I never really relied on TA.
Do you think that you'd be able to use that again?
No.
Possibly, if your theory works out.
Well, if this parabolic Bitcoin rally works out and I see what I thought would happen transpire, then I think the top is way higher. And that can happen on this. Might not happen on this initial wave up, but it would happen eventually as Bitcoin heads into a blow off. But then I have way more conviction in holding because I would know the price is partially supported by a huge increase in network activity that probably wouldn't ever leave. And I just think the narrative change is so dramatic that it will change psychology and how to value Bitcoin and competition. And again, it just takes so little money. And I do think I can make a difference at the margins if the viewership is high enough, right? If Litecoin does have this parabolic move. And people are...
That one song you have. What's that, like the anthem song you have again? Higher?
Yeah.
Yeah, higher is going to make the difference.
Well, I think that can tap into people's emotions, but I think the like intellectual side, just like I remember early Bitcoin people like Trace Mayer that I was listening to, like those people developed a lot of conviction in early holders not to sell. It was like Trace Mayer and I forgot who else I listened to. I eventually ended up disagreeing with them, but the public needs a story, like not just a story that isn't true, but a narrative. The vast majority of people, yeah, traders can move markets and they're all looking at the same levels, but if you bring in the masses, they need fundamental understanding and reason to buy. Same with the institutional people. I think they use technical analysis, but not too much. I mean, I don't think Michael Saylor's doing TA on Bitcoin.
He definitely is not doing TA.
And
he was like the most obvious guy to be like, this guy is not using any sort of technical analysis.
Yeah. So I think there's a lot of money out there like that. It's like big money that need a fundamental understanding. And I think what I'm saying is the truth. And if people realize that, or if bigger monies sees it the same because I point their attention that way, I think the market can reprice, like the relative discrepancy between Bitcoin and Litecoin can change a lot. Most people are thinking way long term into the future, like Michael Saylor is talking about this 15-20 year time horizon. I think his valuation metrics are wrong, but a lot of people think that way, and they will. And some people, it doesn't even matter what price it is, just like we see in Bitcoin. If they're convinced the upside over the long term is there. So yeah, there's just no one online, like I know for myself, because I had to explain myself to so many people in real life. I ended up writing like nothing on Litecoin was really that accurate or that compelling out there. But if I create it and other people can share it and copy what I'm saying, then yeah, it can make a difference. And price is really helpful, not just for like the music stuff, but for listening to what I'm actually saying too. So yeah, I don't know. There's not many people here now, but if it's multiple thousands, that's a lot for a crypto stream. And I think all these people would have to feel like they're obligated to comment on it or dismiss it, right? Sailor would have to defend his position, and then just bringing that into the conversation will, him like highlighting it or people trying to dismiss it will amplify it, and they'll listen. They'll decide for themselves, and you're not going to convince everyone. But the idea is to reach the broader public at a point when price is on our side. So yeah, I don't know. I think it's a total flip. It's the perfect timing, especially if the fundamental stuff plays out, to totally shift the whole narrative, and the technical levels won't matter that much because you just have a lot of Bitcoin rotated, and it's tiny. It's like a potential $3-4 trillion asset, or a huge, if even a few percent rotate into Litecoin, it moons. So yeah, we'll see.
This next move in Bitcoin can correlate to with Litecoin running to $300 to $400 or whatever, and then we consolidate a bit. Then after that, it's open air for Bitcoin. Don't see any real issues until about 150-ish. But then, honestly, if I'm looking long-term support and resistance, I'm really looking at fibs. I'm not looking at diagonal support and resistance. So if the next run 150 correlates with Litecoin running the 1.618, if it's that beneficial of a move that we get out of it, I'd say maybe we can get the moon at the actual target of the 1.618. So I'd say this is my moon scenario of what I think we realistically can get out of Bitcoin, say this cycle, if we do have a blow off top going into next year. That's
what is that level? Is it aligned with some of these other guys? I wonder. Yeah, what is the 1618? I can't see it.
Oh, for
Bitcoin,
it's about like 175.
Oh, okay. I wonder where
it lines up with a lot of people are looking for about 170. And I think a lot of people are looking at say 150, 140s, 130s as not 130s really, 140s, 150s as resistance. But a lot of the guys that I'd say are better at looking at real definitive long-term support and resistance aren't looking at anything less than 170. So I still think we will consolidate around there. I think there's too much resistance around 140, 150 for us not to meet sellers and create some type of either continuation or topping structure. But my bet would be that area, we see some sideways trading, some consolidation, and some type of continuation pattern before running 170. And if we do that by Q2 or whatever, Q1 of next year, then yeah, it'd be hard with that kind of move to not expect that we're in some type of blow off top. So yeah, that would be best case scenario. Is that if we run the middle, we break the ceiling here on Bitcoin, and we run 150, and a lot more eyes are on Litecoin, then maybe we just have that ballistic move to the 1.618. A lot of people think we top, and then that's where we get that continuation and blow off. And maybe that's where if Litecoin runs at that 1.618, which is about $2,100, you call it 2K, then that's absolute best case scenario, because then we can expect the real resistances in the 170s, and we can get that continuation. And then that's where I'd say my max bullish scenario would be Litecoin flipping its full range and log. So that would be around 6K. So that's my moon boy, like copium kind of thing.
Yeah.
It all kind of depends on what we can expect on each leg up. So we'll be looking to see how far Litecoin's gone when we're at like 150k Bitcoin.
Yeah, exactly. That's for me too. I want to. It's like, yeah, the stronger this move is out of like beyond 140, assuming it does break out, the more
Yeah, say we
confidence.
break
I'll
out
have.
now and we run straight to the 1.618, then I'd be like, you know what, master's on something.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So that's what I've been waiting for that for like a year now. Thought it would happen a long time ago, but once we get it, I don't think it's gonna, like it top within weeks of breaking out. I think we have a few months
No,
at
I
least.
think we're either screwed right now,
Yeah.
pretty much, or we're not screwed at all. Like, I think that's my theory. But there's also the theory that we can still be technically screwed, even though I'd be up a lot of money if we just run into the highs until there,
Yeah.
the top of the range. So I'd say we're either screwed now or we're screwed at the top of the range. After that, I'd say we're running a minimum of, that 1.618,
Mhm.
so around 2K. And then, but like I said, that's where we're watching Bitcoin and where Bitcoin's at in relation to its macro support resistance, and then we can kind of gauge, however, the relative strength of Litecoin, what
Yeah.
we realistically can expect out of, say, this cycle. Because I don't know, a lot of stuff does point to like an extended cycle, but maybe that's just kind of the next run. Let's say if it is to 170 something in Bitcoin, we get a mini bear out of that. You know what I mean? And then after that, we get the extension, which is, for me, when I'm studying cycles or whatever, I think we have to run the 2.272, which is, it's around 400. I'll just call it 420 though. That's what I've been calling it for years. And that's, I mean, I'm still deep down, I do think eventually we'll run that. I just don't know if we're gonna have a mini bear in between.
Gotcha. It's hard for me to imagine, given where stocks are and the rate of rise, and the fact that crypto is still so speculative, that this can go on for a long time. Like, the rate of ascent in equities is increasing. It's like,
yeah, I'd say the
parabolic.
difference would be the disconnection of the two.
Yeah, if we do see a top and rotation.
Cutting the correlation, and just because stocks topped doesn't mean that, like, oh, we're getting all this great news and all these ETFs and a lot of government stuff pointing at. I think basically that tweet I did, if that was to come true, then maybe we do get that 2.2 and get this absolutely price. So we'll have to wait and see. I'm excited though. This is the first time that I've been charting out stupid price targets.
Yeah.
It feels good. And short term, like on the LTF, things have been working out how I've been expecting. So I have to.
Yeah,
I
respect
don't
the
think-
same.
Yeah, I don't think I'm absolutely like gonna nail it, but I would expect the same thing where Bitcoin now does what I want it to, which is basically run back up to 128. I did think that we could potentially flush lower. I said flush 190. I said flush 120, but then I was looking potentially as like a 119 flush. But I mean, we pretty much, what did we do? We flushed 120, so it's done enough. We could pull back down more and dance more along this range, but I do think we're right at support. Unfortunately, Bitcoin's barely off its support, and Litecoin's up near its resistance. So it's fortunate, obviously, if it doesn't fail. But overall, I think we're in exciting times.
Yep. Finally, it's only taken. But I guess better late than never, and honestly, it's best late than any time. I wouldn't. Just because money is in crypto is like, it's so liquid between coins that
I think Yeah, we
it's better
heavily
to have
depend
attention.
on rotations.
Yeah, it's better to rally towards the end than the beginning. I mean, just historically with altcoins, like the things that typically pumped first. I don't think there's a real single example ever.
I think that's why a lot of people have no respect for Solana currently.
Yeah.
For the same reason.
Well, yeah, it's like, how do you rekindle that same amount of hype, or greater than what it already had, to push it above all-time highs? It seems tough.
Yeah.
And it's, you know, once something else, the lower market cap has more attention, just so much easier to, for it to move. So yeah, we have the most ideal conditions. Looking through every single cycle, even back to 2014. It was, well, 2017 was a little bit different. But the coins that spent multiple years consolidating at the bottom.
Did you own it in 2017?
XRP, no.
No, Litecoin.
I owned a little, yeah, I owned mainly Bitcoin, but I had some random alts in 2017. Like I held IOTA, this real world asset token, Metaverse. I had like, my brother was trying to get me to buy Rayblox, which turned into Nano. That rallied like 100x in a few weeks. I had some Tron, just because I got it for free, and then I sold it.
I thought crypto was so dumb back then. Like I had probably my dumbest buddy at the time recommend Bitcoin to me. Like, 'cause I first started trading. I got into penny stocks when I was like 19 or whatever, and then I like 6x my account, and then I was going to I pulled my money out, and I was trying to figure out what to do, and I had a buddy telling me to put it all in Bitcoin back in, it was like maybe say 08 or 09.
Dang.
And that would have changed everything. If anyone else recommended it to me, I probably would have considered it.
Yeah.
But the fact that he did, I was just like, no way. That's the dumbest thing I ever heard. And then I just like, continued to ignore it until we got that pullback in 2021. And I was like, all right, I'll get mine.
Yeah.
And then we fizzled.
Yeah. There's very few people that bought Bitcoin early. The only few like that did well, like really understood it from a technical perspective or like a macro perspective early on. Like Trace Mayer was buying a bunch under $1.
I feel like people that were just buying drugs on the black market.
Some of those too.
Got lucky.
Some of those too. Maybe that was David Bailey or some of those guys. I don't have no idea, but it seemed like a lot. Most of them got lucky. But it's the same. My view, like I probably will never get rid of all of mine, unless we have an extreme bubble this time. I would just rebuy it again, because I really do believe.
You're like, where are you gonna put your money? You know, there's not much. I don't know. I'll continue to chase the next best thing. So like come crypto bear or whatever, I don't know if I'll be shorting or whatever. Maybe I'll be shorting MicroStrategy or something like that on some leaks, like some leak gamble that will pay off with a small percentage of my profits. But if not, then I don't know. I'll probably just be holding and waiting for something.
Yeah,
I don't know. I feel like I always continue to play the game.
Yeah.
We'll figure out the next move.
For sure. I want to generate stable income in what I think will be a high inflationary environment. So I plan to be in emerging markets in like food and energy for a decent chunk, and then potentially short.
Penny stocks are great. I think they have a long way to go. Like something like uranium still has a long way to go. If we absolutely get screwed, then precious metals have a long way to go. So maybe that's the extended market, and maybe that's just we get a mini bear, and the mini bear is the time to.
Yeah. I plan to be like 90% treasuries, short term, like wait like 2 years just sitting after this. And
how do those work again? Like, can't you do you lock in your rate?
Well, you can access short-term treasury ETFs, or you can hold them directly with the government. But yeah,
like
if
that
you buy
practice.
them like on Treasury Direct or like participate in the auction, you just buy the treasury. You can sell it, but you lock in a rate, depending on.
Right now, I have our emergency fund, like the 6 months to a year emergency fund or whatever. I have that in just a high yield savings account, and I was looking at possibly people saying they can get a better yield just sometimes buying directly the treasury store.
Yeah, I think there's just way less risk. Like if you have, I wouldn't have anything more than the FDIC limit in any bank account, and then
No, I would
just,
move it around. You know, if you
yeah.
got 250 in one, I'd have 250.
Yeah. And then the rest sitting in treasuries, which are like cash. It's like impossible to just store cash. If I could do that, I'd probably would. I mean, the yield on treasury is low, but I think demand after the top, and I think we're gonna put in some type of global top in risk assets after this,
Yeah.
and you know, demand for treasuries can push interest rates lower, and so you can make some money there. But I'm gonna look at call options on treasuries, just a small percentage. That's the only thing I'd long, and then short the most overvalued stuff that I think have crappy businesses, like do a terrible job. Like Coinbase, I think is one of the most overvalued companies. MicroStrategy, and I think the downside risk for them is all the way to zero, because I really think the casino is going to die and the economic environment we'll be in. And so risking a small amount, you can make quite a bit. And then eventually I'd probably invest heavily after a few years in the environment. I think crypto will actually become useful to people. So like decentralized exchanges, privacy tools, mining potentially around the world, because I think if it actually is adopted, fees will go up quite a bit, and so it would be way easier to.
What do you think if we kind of redefine, and everyone's got CBDCs, and there's a lot more control over the currencies?
I think that
would. Do you think that they, like, basically, let's say governments or the world leaders, you know, redefine money? Like, is there, you think they're, and everyone's on blockchain or whatever, and they can, you know, everyone's currencies are slightly more stable, at least for a certain amount of time. I don't think that lasts forever. Do you see an actual need for crypto, or at that point? Or there would be, because everything would be crypto, but I mean, when do you think everyone's currencies would be working in a similar manner already?
Well, I think they will try to do that, and that would move people at the margins into permissionless money or security models that can protect them from those things. Because I think as, you know, these government deficits get so large that interest rates eventually go higher and governments can't pay, they'll have to print so much money that, you know, the population is going to lose trust in the money. Then they'll clamp down with control and maybe they try to go the CBDC route. But it's not going to, they could try to redefine money, but that would mean their currencies would already be failing. I don't see why people would trust them. I think it's just going to move more people into black markets, and black markets would grow. And I think if the privacy tools get good enough that we'll have like a totally different totally different world in 5 or 10 years. It's hard to see.
Pessimistic on that. Like I would think that everything's gonna be pushed towards you know, digital currencies.
Yeah.
And then there'll be a period where everyone thinks everything's fine, and then deep down everyone will know it's just another Ponzi. And then, to me, like, I think I've always been a gold bug. So for me, I always think that at the end of the day, if you're looking to escape the system, it's still gonna be precious metals.
Could be. Yeah, it's hard.
Historically, you go back in time.
Yeah, it is. But historically, we didn't have the internet until the like 90s. So I don't know, so much economic activity happens between strangers like in different countries now, and I think the information-based economy will grow as like intelligence is traded. I mean, those are the most valuable companies in the world, and it's like the most valuable jobs, right? People go to school for like 8-10 years to become professionals in some thing where they just use their minds, and if that part of the economy that part of the economy I think is way harder for governments to control. If it's just the trade of information, like you need a doctor, you just go online and find some person in the world that will do a Zoom call with you and tell you what's wrong with you, or you have an AI that does it, or you need architectural engineering, you just hire some random guy around the world that is credible because of previous work he's done. I think those people naturally move into crypto, the highest value contributors, and they have the most incentive to if government currencies are failing. And I know the consensus view is like 1984, and we're gonna have totalitarian governments because that's where the trend is going. Right, governments just expanding. But I actually have the opposite, like the more unpopular view that it's going to reverse hard. Because for the first time in history, really, I know in previous times, yeah, gold and silver were the thing to go to, but to me, they failed when governments effectively controlled them. They banned gold and silver, and it worked. People exchanged, followed what the government said, because the cost of resistance with gold is too high. It's hard to lug around. You end up storing it in vaults. You can't rely on banks because governments oversee all of those. Banks can stop transactions there. They have to do whatever the government says. But I think these decentralized monies lower the cost. It's much more likely for market-based money to succeed, to me, where it failed last time. It's gonna take a long time. And people don't even know right now in this market what they're buying or what the point of it is. But I don't know. People always try to avoid paying taxes, move all over the world to do so. And people...
You know about that.
Yeah, and people... Yeah, try to do it in a legal way. Like, don't take risks if you don't have to. But I think people that are working really hard and see their futures, like, ruined, they'll just hate the government and try to resist. Learn how to...
get around it.
Get around it to secure their own future. It already happens in smaller countries, but I do think I don't think anyone's gonna go back to trusting a new state-issued money. Maybe it's so hard to know, right? I don't know what people do at the individual level. I think the technology lowers the cost to them to try, and so at the margins, I think crypto has a way greater effect, or greater impact, higher market share, as we move into those times. But we'll see. I don't know. For us, it might not even matter if we're able to do well enough here this cycle.
Yeah. I agree with you. I think overall we look good, dude. Like,
yeah.
We could be creating obvious resistance, but overall it looks like it's above resistance, and it looks, honestly, the more I look at it, even better it looks. And I would think right now, we could blast off now, but I'd say that's unlikely. I'd say short term today, or possibly even maybe into this weekend, we create some type of short term structure. You can call it, if we top now, you can say that we're doing some type of ascending triangle. Let's do this. Yeah, to me, the way I'm looking at it, I think the next run is those previous all-time highs, because wouldn't that line up with 140, or I guess a lower high, but we run into this pocket of resistance from before, and to me it's not legitimate resistance. I do think I do think the impulse is starting. I'd say that. I do believe that because I think we are going to move to those previous all-time highs, and then after that, it's open air up until, you know, either 220 or or just over 200. That area that kind of fearful of. But the more I look at it, it's probably more than likely we run 300 and kind of chop around and create some type of consolidation pattern, and maybe that equates to with the Bitcoin run to 128, and maybe that happens next week or over the course of the next few weeks. But after that, again, I'd expect some type of continuation range, something similar that we've seen on XRP, and then we could run up. So I'd say right now, if I'm what I'm expecting, I think we can move. So I want to get people not excited, but we're currently at resistance. So I would expect some type of consolidation pattern, maybe a setting triangle, some type of bullish continuation pattern before running those previous highs. And at that point of this area of running those previous highs, we've absolutely done well. I mean, this time we kind of barely broke below that descending trend line off the highs, and with this move back into the highs, I would say we'll more than likely have started the impulse that we've all been waiting for, and hopefully it's to 300 to 400 is where we see some type of consolidation.
Perfect. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Let's
I'd say it's official. You know, I went to Oregon and we bought them.
Yeah, that was crazy.
And then we hit the magical 115, and now we're impulsing up and we're showing strength against the whole market. And if we do get that move up to 128, all eyes should be on Litecoin. And the way all these Dino coins have been running, it lines up with the higher resistances above 200, so 300 to 400. And from then on, you know, if Bitcoin continues going, then we're now one of the darlings. One of the darling Dino coins, because I expect quite a few to play catch up, and then like I said from previously looking at Bitcoin, you know, if we run the 1.618 and Bitcoin's only at 150, we can be ecstatic knowing that we have a chance of flipping the whole range and running to 6K. But that's
one step at a time, I guess.
Yeah, because for Bitcoin to run 150 and for us to go from essentially say $400 to 5x while Bitcoin runs 25 grand or whatever it is, or you know, that'd be a huge move. So that's why I'm saying that's like super ideal for everyone's moon targets, is if this relative strength we get when Bitcoin has open air from 125 to 150 ish. Hey.
Yeah, that should play out this quarter. It has to. Maybe over the next, maybe the October, November. I'd say now, yeah, now's the best chance.
I'd say so. All right, man.
All right, so, yeah, thanks for coming, hanging out. Appreciate it.
Figured some stuff out for myself too. So.
Yeah, cool. When we have more people in here, if this moons, it's gonna be fun. You should come on here.
Yeah, I won't be going anywhere.
Repeatedly, and you can tell the masses, and hopefully help them.
We have thousands on here watching us.
It'd be sick. All right. Well.
All right, man.
Have a good night. Yeah, I'll be on here for a bit, and I'll talk to you.
All right.
For sure. Later. See ya. Alright, well, we rambled on a bit. Again, Nick's better at technical analysis. My view is we're in the end stages of a long-term credit cycle here. And typically, we get blow-offs. I think the narrative is perfect for proof of work chains, like the macro narrative is. Then the isolated narrative within crypto, if we get the blow off, can be centered around Litecoin. Because the scaling limits are reached. Again, it's like, it's tiny. Like, even a move to 400, it gets to where XRP started at. I know the long-term potential market cap for Litecoin is way higher than XRP's. So, like, let's get a breakout in volume. I'm still not seeing much. Is Dash going crazy? Kind of up 18%. But it's still, it's like below, it's at its 2022 lows. But we need a volume breakout like this. I think people are just buying the Dino proof of work coins, even if they have no network activity or no growth. That's funny. That's just gonna be the story. It is the biggest opportunity long term. Which is funny because everyone was trained from the 2017 cycle because ETH had the biggest gains in all those ICOs, and then 2021 was all the ETH competition. They're like all positioned in all the proof of stake stuff, and the proof of work coins have the most upside. So it's like max pain for everyone, for the vast majority of market participants. Let's see, guys. I got like 30 minutes. Yeah, Dash hit 1.5K in 2017. That's happened at Coinbase a lot. I don't know why that is. So funny though, you never, right, like the things that are pumping like Zcash, you didn't hear many people talking about. None of the macro guys, like Novogratz and Raoul Pal and all these guys, are the only one I guess that talked about it was Barry Silbert. Song is good for this environment.
It's moving.
Alt season's here, it's just not any of the alt people, most people own. Oh, I forgot to say thanks, Master, for the membership. Appreciate it. Let me see how many members we have. How many members do we have now? What do I see? Alright, we got 10 members, hell yeah. 4 in the last 30 days. I think we have better mass appeal culturally than, like, fundamentally and culturally. I think it's, our stuff is stronger. What's up, Cody? One moon? What? Might be starting it right now.
Chris, light it in.
You think the Titan is like 170, Rob? Oh, I thought you meant like Titan resistance. Heliocon wallets. I'm scared of hardware wallets now. Just get a laptop with no internet connection. Never connected. Generate your keys.
They sell you style with no roots. We build with rhythm and truth. Their culture's plastic, our callous hands and dusty boots. Not chasing fame, we laying frames. Foundations in the dirt.
I think hardware wallets are only as secure as the PC. That was proven with the, what was that, Korean exchange or some Asian exchange at the time. Not hacked, but like the, you verify the transaction on this device. They're robbed for like $100 million or...
The system built on empty posts and GM sent by bots, but we don't need applause. We got code, we got cars, we the builders digging deep while they perform for empty guards. Fake don't last, noise fades fast, but soul outlives it. They market momentum, we live commitment.
They're just not as secure as they're advertised.
That's the currency we hold. We don't follow charts, we write the scroll.
Yeah, it's not separate from the PC. Like once you plug it in, your PC is something on it. Yeah, that's what happened. What's the exchange? BitHome or whatever? He was using a hardware wallet. He verified the transaction on the device. The money was stolen. I mean, it's hard for an attacker to get in there, but still, I think it's not like they advertised it. They're IRL Pokeballs. On the 5-minute chart. letting RSI reset. Yeah, maybe just consolidate in like this triangular type structure. Right at this resistance, and then clear the next level. Head to 135.
Sorry, not sorry.
I held you, love. I waited. You built. I stayed.
I'm glad people stayed around. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it, friends.
You scroll. You said it's straight. You said I'm wrong. Now you're back like nothing's gone. You had your chance. You had your shot. You changed your mind. I did not.
Yeah, it was a solid day today. Got this breakout like a couple hours before the daily candle closed. A few more levels to clear before open skies. Honestly, my base case was break the highs and retest them, and then head 2 to 4K in a short amount of time. Well,
Your chance. You saw the signs, now you want it. After the climb, you had your chance. It's plain to see.
Borat's voice? 4K Litecoin would be very nice, yes. Yeah, thanks Tim. Wish I could highlight your comment. Make sure to like and subscribe. I think it's most people that already are subscribed, but we're gonna continue doing these live streams till we top. I'll do my best. I think we're gonna go from extremely relatively undervalued to overvalued here. And I'll wait for it to get stupid.
They said, Ghost Chain, mid, still alive. Nah, you just couldn't stand alone. Didn't trend, I must be dead. Didn't moon, I lost the thread. Y'all follow charts like prophets. I watched the prophet leave instead. Let the hype rot, let the bags fill. You were max confident, I was max still. Y'all have to fit in. Didn't know I just
Thanks, Jack. Oh, nice. French Monkey been subscribed since I started it. Alright, thanks, Cole, for subscribing. Appreciate it. Yeah, if you do share it, it helps. I'll be running the 24/7 stream again. I paused temporarily, but we're gonna start that up again. Hopefully capture some people overnight. Probably just keep the price chart up with longer content playing. like 8 hours of content overnight. I'm gonna have to leave in like 10 minutes, at least briefly. I can leave the stream on, but I gotta walk, pick up girlfriend. Oh, thanks, Cole. Yeah, I know there's a lot of people that have way more subscribers than me. Like, way more. But Litecoin's been relatively unpopular. The few people focused specifically on Litecoin have less than me. So, I feel like it's just a function of Litecoin being unpopular.
Mocked, memed, forgotten. They said I was too slow, too old, too cheap to chase. But time moves different when your blocks still breathe. You didn't see me, didn't need me, but you will. Oh, you will. Ghost chain.
They said I was a clone, a copy without a crown. But I got the same bones, just no one wrote me down.
Still here, frightening. The ghost they left is lightning. While they dance with smoke and hype, I kept my rhythm tight. Now they're whispering my name, but I already changed the game. You praise the chain with fees, but mock the one that frees. We move the same blocks, but I don't sell dreams. Same code, no cloud, same weight, less shout. You bow to the brand I built without.
Dead chain, huh?
Funny.
I'm still dancing.
Dead chain.
Jack, sell everything. Empty the house.
Dead chain. Still swinging, still swinging. You missed the block, missed the block. Tick tock, tick tock. Dead chains, good, dead chains, good, dead
Don't need hype when you got up time. Dead chains, dead chains, dead chains, 12 years, no sleep. Dead chains, dead chains, you just tweet, left for dead, but I got rhythm. No devs, nah, no drama. You chase trends, I make time.
Call me a ghost, but I still move. Call me dead, but you just prove. Call me a ghost, but I still move. Call me dead, but you just prove. Call me a ghost, but I still move. Call me dead, but you just prove. Call me a ghost, but I still move. Call me dead, but you just prove.
You never understood the beat. Block by block, tick by tick.
Sonny, you got a metal detector?
You made me sick.
Nice, man.
But now I'm live, and you're late.
Do people still do that on the beach? To look for coins?
Black,
I think you're gonna find any light coins in the sand, friend.
Dead chains, dead chains, dead chains, dead chains, Still alive, still here, still moving. This is the proof of groove.
No flash in the pan, we burn slow. No chart can tell you what we know. Every block, every beat, this is so on repeat. You can't fake this rhythm, can't bottle this light. We don't chase the moment, we move through the night. No need to prove, we got proof of groove. Flicker the chain, glow in the floor. Been through the dark, we're back for more. Not a flash with a fuse.
He meant
ain't no
like
hype.
one
It's
from
the
the
muse,
Censorship.
can't fake soul, can't mute true.
I don't think you should do that. I remember people getting in trouble for in 2017 for like mining crypto at their work. They're just using the company's electricity, and the electric bill is like insane, like 20 times higher. Go to the local school. Don't do that. I think you're gonna get arrested for this. Let's see the classic promo.
Still alive, still moving. This is the proof of groove.
Alright, Gaslight. Gatekeep is next.
Yeah, I tweeted about it in 2017.
Here you go, Sonny. Here's your song. You guys get to be part of the story.
They called it ghost, said it was toast. Called it slow, a boomer's post. Now it's running, now it's hot. Funny how that memory rots. They said no devs, they said it's dead. But now they tweeting what we said. Screenshots gone, takes a raise. Now they want that silver taste. Gaslight, gatekeep, ghost chain glow. You can't fake roots, but they still show. Flip flop fast when the price says go. But we been here, thought you should know. Gaslight, gatekeep, ghost chain burn. First they laugh, the truth's too loud to miss, and you're pretending this was bliss. You like what coin? Since when, bro? You said like coins just for show. Now it moves and you repost like you sit in front row close. They get corrupted, then gaslit. Now the chain goes through their script. You don't hold, you just flip. We don't need you in the clip. Gaslight, gatekeep, ghost chain rise. We stayed low, now touch the skies. You missed out, now switch your stance now. This ain't your second dance. Gaslight, gatekeep, we don't chase. Whole chain built on quiet grace. While you spin your viral bit, we just hold and never quit. Always said Litecoin was underrated. It was obvious. Wait, what's my password again? They said it couldn't happen. Now they don't know what they're seeing. Every chart I watch said truth. Not hopium, just deeper roots. While they chase the trending lies, I held the chain they never tried. Now the shift begins to show, and they all ask, how could this grow? They missed the math, ignored the spine. Now they're shocked it's flipping time. Is this real? No way it flips. Wait, is Litecoin back? This can't be it. Flipping everything that's not supposed to win. Flipping everything. This wasn't in the spin. Flipping everything. The chart must be broken, but I knew the moment the silence was golden. Golden, 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 golden. They built their castles out of noise, while I stack coins, not shiny toys. They called it dead, they called me late, but missed the chain that mirrors fate. The second Genesis, the code aligned. Same creator, same design. It always lived beneath their nose. Now disbelief is all they know. The second Bitcoin never left, it just didn't beg for spotlight breath. Now price obeys what time delayed, and they can't grasp what's underway. Flipping everything, but not by hype. Flipping everything, by function, by right. Flipping everything. The market forgot that truth doesn't care what bags you bought. Flipping everything. They never saw it,
Nice UV.
but it
Yeah,
was
we're closer to
always
130.
here.
Stack.
Should've kept the key. You let go too soon. Now ghosts of your games dance under the moon.
You checked the price, then checked again. Too late now, they still hold you down.
You hit sell, thought you were slick. Caught a pump, but missed the kick. While it's still on chain untouched, while you scroll charts, feeling crushed. They haunt you, 20 coins back then, now worth enough to buy a Benz. But you needed rent, some shoes, a thrill.
And now that wallet's laughing still.
Ghost wallets, floating free. Held the line, unlike you. So fast, felt like the wind. Now you watch their value grin. Should've kept the keys, let it breathe. Now that goes, won't let you leave. Saw that candle, took the bait. Should've known it was just fate. Now it's 5 years on the chain, and that wallet's still the same. You check the TX, still no move. Each unspent coin, a perfect groove. A silent flex, a quiet burn. A lesson you refused to learn.
You hit sell,
They didn't,
you had doubt.
they had rhythm.
You chase now,
They waited.
who looks foolish now?
Ghost wallets,
Still alive.
holding tight while you survive. You let go, they stay calm. Now they're sipping ghost dawn. Very young, should've kept the keys, let it ride. Now you hear that haunting pride. They never sold, but you did. 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 They never
You feel that? That's it. The one we've been riding for years. It's moving.
Alright. Later, Rob D. Peace out. I just zoned out for a sec. Staring at the wall. I'm gonna log off here in a sec, friends. But there's a decent chance this continues. But we'll be on hourly 9 here on the next candle in 20 minutes. Hopefully we get a breakout 9 candle. That's it. 135. So we'll see. Yeah. Litecoin should, I think Litecoin is gonna be way stronger. I'm breaking out from a much more optimistic level. Like Zcash had to clear all this resistance, and it's gonna could lose steam. My view is unchanged from last year. I put odds on just ripping through all-time highs, and then retesting them over a month, and then heading to 2K by the end of the year. I think few will make it to the absolute top. You will.
They sell you style with no roots. We build with rhythm and truth. Their culture's plastic, our callous hands and dusty boots.
I want to see what the bond market is doing.
Foundations in the dirt where real ones rise and hollow trends get torn apart and burned.
Oil looks weak.
This actually is the future in our sight. Raw back by soul, not hype, built on truth, not tight, moving slow, but right. This actually is the future in our sight. They call collapse a cycle, but this ain't nature, it's fraud. A system built on empty posts and GM sent by bots, but we don't need applause. We got code, we got cars, we the builders digging deep while they perform for empty gods. Fake don't last, noise fades fast, but soul outlives it. They market momentum, we live commitment, principle, rhythm, breath. That's the currency we hold. We don't follow charts, we write the scroll. Back by soul, not hype, built on truth, not tight.
Oops. I want to listen to this.
Used to need a call back, used to need a sign. Used to watch the numbers just to feel alive. Used to think the silence when I wasn't right. Now the quiet's peace, yeah I sleep at night. Used to chase a maybe, used to beg a why. Used to see my worth in someone else's eyes. Used to drown in noise just to feel the tide. Now I float above it, don't need the high. Gave too much to the mirror till I let it fade. Now I'm clearer than ever. No hate, no shade, yeah. Used to need it, now I breathe it. Life don't owe me nothing, I just leave it. Used to bleed it, now I see it. I don't chase the wave I beat. I remember nights staring at the phone, praying for a text just to feel known. Now I talk to the moon.
Yeah, I didn't release this yet.
It's quiet when it's real. It's heavy when it heals. You don't feel the crown when you're used to the steel. Used to need it, now I breathe it. Life don't owe me nothing, I just leave it. Used to bleed it, now I see it. I don't chase the wave I beat.
Thanks, LTC84. This next one's called Don't Care When You Sell.
I don't care if I don't care when you sell. I've been riding through the lows, knowing it's just another swell. You can cash out, fade out, wish me well. I don't care if I don't care when you sell. Seen them
Thanks,
panic
Doc.
every headline, same show, same tell. Said it's over every week, then they watch it rise again.
I think it sounds like Post Malone.
I don't pray for their belief, I just smile.
Is it because of the guitar and like melodic
Let the
rap?
time do the talking while they run in bed. Cause I remember every doubt and surround sound. Now they play my tracks when the price rebound. Funny now they love what they laughed about. But I ain't bitter, I just turn it loud. I don't care if I don't care when you sell. I've been riding through the lows, no it's just another swell. You can cash out, fade out, wish me well.
Yeah, it's not.
I don't care if I don't care when you say.
It's like 50%. Yeah.
I ain't chasing bags, I'm building time. Turn conviction to a peace of mind. They trade emotions, I trade knives. For a future that I already ride. You can move on, you can lose faith, but I ain't breaking pace for a mood swing day. Been too long in the game to explain again. If you know, you know. If you don't, that's okay. I don't care if I don't care when you sell. Story's still mine to tell. Yeah, still mine to tell. The story's still mine to tell. Yeah. They said I dream too loud, I said they think too small. I was building what they doubted, now they see it on the wall. Every scar became design, every loss became a line. I follow what's divine, don't beg, just a line. Got receipts from every season that they swore I fell behind. Now the proof is here, see my way from the other side. It's already mine, I don't gotta fight. I've been living in tomorrow since I was 9. They can't take what's written in light. I don't wait, it's already mine. It's already mine. It's already mine.
Thanks,
Used to feel like faith was a maybe. Now I walk through storms like it's gravy. Every no just made me steady. Every break just made me ready. They want credit, I want calm. They want trending, I want bomb.
I need to edit this next part.
I'm the
Change it.
fuel, not the fire. I don't chase the crowd. I raise the sound. Everything I said in silence is everywhere now. It's already mine. I don't gotta fight. I've been living in tomorrow since I was 9. They can't take what's written in light. I don't wait. It's already mine. It's already mine. It's already mine.
What instruments did you guys play? Play drums and piano. Yeah, Jackson, it's a new one. I was some of this stuff is I was planning to release when Litecoin's pumping harder.
I don't follow
Like
lanes, I
celebration
drift
music.
my own. Long nights, now the city feel like home. Talk cheap, but the silent word go. I've been winning while they waiting on the quote. Tinted glass, can't see in my ride. Smoke trails, while the bass just slide.
Oh, nice.
Never chase, I just move in time. Whole life, bet don't play both sides. Follow lanes, I drift my own. Long nights, now the city feel like home. Talk cheap, but the silent word go. I've been winning while they waiting on the quote. Late calls, I don't pick no more. They was sleeping, I just built my score. No rush, I've been playing it slow. When it hit, everybody gon' know. Life slow, let the world spin fast. I don't run, I just let time pass. They gon' chase, I just sit and laugh. What I got, they can't put on blast. I don't follow lanes, I drift my own. Long nights, now the city feel like home. Talk cheap, but the silent word go. I've been winning while they waiting on a quote.
Thanks, Enrique.
Yeah.
Only instrument you
Every
put is your
time I'm
ex.
preaching a prophecy. Every feed got a new monopoly. Same pitch, same face, same lottery. Different coin, same mockery. They don't love tech, they love trends. They don't see through, they just spend. They hype what they don't comprehend. And it'll all come back to silence again, yeah. They fade with the noise, I stay. Been here for the change, I don't chase. When the hype gets loud and the charts all move, I stay calm. I already knew. They fade with the noise, I'll keep my ground. You can sell the dream, I'll build the sound. When the lights go black and the hype
Oh, nice. That's sweet, Eric.
I'm still here, same crown. They gon' say they caught it, gon' act like they planned. Buying hope from a stranger's hand. Whole world spinning off dopamine plans. I seen this before.
Yeah, I took music super serious for a while. And I shifted my attention to markets. I used to have to play piano for a lot of vocal students. I always hated learning their music because I wanted to focus on my own. Why does Litecoin fluctuate way more than XRP? Well, Litecoin is in a low volatility range for so long, and usually this long compression eventually leads to high volatility. But there's a lot of factors. XRP already had a massive breakout. It's a large cap asset now. It's tough to move. Harder. But yeah, it's just attention shifts fast in cryptocurrency markets, and XRP is rallying solely off hype and technical analysts pumping it. But I think we're gonna reverse this whole move down we had. This is LTC XRP. Litecoin is about to catch up.
And the roots I built and hold me now below. They chase the fruit, I learned the soil. They talk returns, I stay loyal. Time was a test that revealed the real. Now the ground itself knows how I feel. I can feel the leaves turn toward the light. What was buried now breathes at night. Didn't need a rush or beg to be seen. The harvest shows what the patience means. I used to wonder if the work was worth the pain. Standing in a storm just to feel the rain. Turns out the storm was a sign, not the curse. It was water hiding in reverse. Now I see green where the doubt once lay. The proof of years in the bloom today. Didn't chase the sun, just learned to stay. Now the sky bends down my way. All the time I thought was lost was roots growing under frost. Every fall just fed the ground. So even silence had its sound. Now it's showing slow and sure. Every scar turned to something pure. Didn't scream, didn't fight to be the truth. Truth's all we're all gonna see. Yeah. Took years to bloom overnight.
Kid at a song, world told him chase the pay. Stack up the bills, let the dream just
This song's like a bit messed up. I didn't finish editing this.
Used to sit late night, headphones on. Notebook full, but the rent came strong. Couldn't tell fam, I'ma chase that stage. So I clocked in shifts, tryna hide my rage. Every bar in my hand was a dollar lost. Every dollar in my hand was a moment crossed. Had to bury that spark just to keep my spot. But the fire don't die, it just burns too hot. That song, world told him chase the pay. Stack up the bills, let the dream just fade. And now I'm counting both, watch 'em move the same. Money in the music, yeah, they call my name.
We're gonna die in Mars.
Now I'm cashing out shows, clips go live. Whole blockchain and while the charts collide. Didn't sell soul just to make this climb. I just doubled up lanes, took both days mine. From the boy in the room with the one track mind to the man with the mic and the dollar signs. Never thought I'd see both sides align. Now I play what I want and I'm still on time. So I choose one, I said watch me win. Dream never died, I just held it in. Money in my left, music in my right. Now they move together when I step on sight.
Alright guys, I think I gotta go now. Thanks for hanging out. I'll be back tomorrow. We'll see. Hopefully, like, cause we're gonna have an hourly 9 candle here. Hopefully this consolidation resolves to the upside. It's ideal if we have like a breakout 9 where this breaks higher on this hour. So we just started this candle. But thanks for coming. I appreciate it. Good night, friends. If we do break out overnight or something, I'll be back in the morning. Tomorrow's the last weekday, so. Say the odds of breaking out are better tomorrow, or continuous better tomorrow than over the weekend. GN. Lovers. 31 lovers. Alright, and thanks to... I forgot who donated $10. Who was it? Was it his name Chris? I forgot. But thanks. I think it was... I think I can... It was Chris. Yeah, it was Chris. Thanks to Chris for the $10. Thanks, Master, for the membership. Appreciate it. I'll see you all tomorrow. Have a good night. Solid day. Peace out.